Everybody. It's a beautiful morning, and it's time right now to start our meeting, and the salute to the flag will be next. And I would like to ask Mr. Parks to lead that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now we'll have the roll call.
Alexis Hill, Chair, is absent at the moment. Vice Chair Jean Herman.
Here.
Mike Clark.
Present.
Maria Luz Garcia. Here. Clary Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Our DA today is Mary Canderas. And I'm Jan Galasini, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And now we will have our invocation, and Mr. Rob Pierce will be leading that.
Good morning. My name is Rob. I'm a chaplain here in the area. And thank you for allowing me to do the invocation this morning. This is an honor and privilege to be here. Commissioners, you guys are the pillars of the county, and it's imperative that you lead the county in the right direction. So if it's okay, I'd like to pray for you guys. If you're a believer, please join me in prayer. Lord, we come here this morning not only to show our adoration and respect for you as the creator of the world, but also to thank you for being the one and only true God with the big G. We thank you for all that you do for us and will continue to do for us. We are nothing without you, but with you, we are everything. Please forgive us for our wrongdoings and guide us in the path that we should be going down. Open the doors that need to be opened and close the doors that we shouldn't go through as we strive to be a better example of what you stand for. Lord, we ask that you would please put a hedge of protection around this county and all of these highly respected commissioners as they strive to be the person that you have meant for them to be. Lord, please help the Washoe County Commissioners and all those who hold authority in this county to be people of honesty, integrity, and help them be transparent when needed. Allow them to be people of love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. In everything they do, please allow them to set the example by doing what is good and be self-controlled. In their teachings, allow them to show integrity, seriousness, and soundness of speech that cannot be condemned, so that those who may oppose them may be ashamed because they have nothing bad to say about them. God, we love you, and we thank you for all you do for us. Please keep us under your hedge of protection as we try to do what's right in your eyes. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will start my favorite event in our day, and that's public comment.
Item number 4 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole, and virtual public comment eligible when facilities are available.
Good morning, I'm Jeff Nell. I'm with Nevada Mass Resistance. We fight the political agenda of the LGBTQ. I want to encourage you that the Word of God and the direction that this nation is going is communism is ruling. I'd like to read out of Scripture here, out of Proverbs and out of Psalms. Oops. Where is it? Time's flying. Proverbs 29, verse 2. It says, when the unrighteous rule, people groan. But when the righteous rule, people rejoice. In the book of Psalms, Psalms 2, talks about what the government is doing. Starting in verse 1, why do the nations rage and the peoples plot in vain? And the kings of the earth take their stand, and the rulers conspire together against the Lord and his anointed one. Let us tear off their chains and throw their ropes off on us. I'm the director from the state of Nevada for mass resistance. We're an international organization, and we work in all nations against the LGBTQ political agenda, because that's what it is. I want you to encourage you that people go through the school system, they're indoctrinated, and they get in a position where they agree with a lifestyle that's totally medical and psychological damage to the human race. You ever heard of the Georgia Guidestones? In the beginning, on the first line, you know what was destroyed last year? It says on there, reduce the earth population of 500 million. Now, how's the government going to do that? The globalists, the World Economic Forum, yes, it's used LGBTQ as an excuse to depopulate this planet because it ends natural procreation. So I want to encourage you to be wise, like the chaplain spoke in his invocation. Think about and lament what you're doing, because you're following the communist agenda, which is a book written by Cleon Skousen called The Naked Communist. And in there it says, present homosexuality, degeneracy, and promiscuity as natural and healthy. It is political. I would encourage you, get out of the political realm in that sense, because it hurts children, it hurts adults, and this population. So please, honor God and his direction. Honor him, and you'll be doing well. Thank you.
Next up, we have Janet Butcher, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning, Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. I want to speak about 8E1. Today, the commissioners have the opportunity to step into equity. There is not good representation on our library trustee board. Out of 5 trustees, 0 are from District 4 and District 5. 3 of them are from District 1. Should we change the library name to Hills Library? So now is the time to kind of stop and not automatically put Trustee Rogers back in there, because it is totally unbalanced. Also want to talk about E2, 8E2, and I don't understand why we need more tax, especially until Director Scott can detail the cost of his special events. Where they close a library on a day when it's scheduled to be open, there was just not a cost for the library itself, but there were policemen called to the event the other day. Nothing was happening, but the police were called because somebody was not within was outside or inside of a perimeter that they had said that they needed to be. So here we had 4 police cars and 5 policemen up at this Rainbow Fest. I guess they changed the name to Drag Queen Story Hour to Rainbow Fest. And so, I mean, I think that was a cost to the Reno area. Then I want to talk real quick, because I'm out of time. Elections. Where is my vote? I voted same day or the election day, always before I could see that I voted. It's not there. I was told yesterday that it will show up after the canvassing of the votes. What if it doesn't show up? I have no recourse at that point. I thought we'd spent $400,000 on making our elections better. Not happening. Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Roger Edwards.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to address social interaction helping to adapt to situations of homelessness. When people go through such changes in life and experience adaptation, the best way for them to do so is through social interaction. When people are used to going to work and spending a lot of time with coworkers, they have regular social interaction with many of their coworkers. But when people suddenly become unemployed to their dissatisfaction, then they're not with their coworkers and they lose that social interaction. And when people have a home, they have several neighbors too. Most people know several neighbors and their neighbors know them too. But if you lose your home, you lose your neighbors too. And you might wind up going somewhere where nobody even knows you. Wherever people are when they eat, each of their 3 meals a day, they usually have meals with other people, and as they eat, they have a lot to say. But if you're homeless and hungry, you'll go through a depressing impact. You're less likely to enjoy 3 meals and less likely to interact. And when you're healthy, having eaten healthy food, you're more likely to interact with others while you're in such a good mood. But when you're not healthy, it has a negative impact, and you are less likely to socially interact. Kids love to interact with other students in school. That's how they learn to act really cool. But if they're homeless and not in school, they lack that interaction, which makes it a lot harder to receive an education. Social interaction is a major factor in what people need to do. Just like I learn a lot from interacting with some of you. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back because I got a lot more to say. Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by Chaplain Chaz Blackburn.
Good morning, Roger Edwards for the record. Please enter my comments into the permanent record. Good morning, fellow public servants. I'm a 50-year resident of Washoe County. I've served on many boards and commissions. And I'm here to complain about something that I've been complaining about for 8 years. We shut down a water recharge program in Golden Valley 8 years ago, July. I'm still receiving a bill. And if that doesn't qualify as amazing, I don't know what to tell you. You guys lived through one Incline Village rebate program. Do you really want to run through another one? I got a late bill of $400 and some for a program that's been shut down for 7 or 8 years. Come on, that's not even Dwayne Smith level nonsense. 8 years, folks. Anyway, you got to work on this. You keep ignoring this election integrity. And they even announced the other day that they had like 24,000 duplicate ballots sent out. That's not taking care of business. 24,000. Who's overlooking this? You can't keep passing the buck, all right? You guys are as powerful as it gets in Washoe County. Each one of you represents approximately 100,000 residents. Some more, some less, depending on your district, but that's a lot of folks that look to you for help. and they don't have time, they have lives, they don't have time to be here like us old retired guys, complaining about stuff like 8-year-old bills. But there's a lot more than just Golden Valley nonsense going on out there. And election integrity has to be the top of the list, okay? Please, for the few folks that I represent in Golden Valley, get the election integrity squared away, all right? Thank you.
Chaplain Chaz Blackburn, followed by Bruce Parks.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, County Commissioners. My name is Chaplain Chaz Blackburn, and I am on the command staff for the Great Basin Chaplain Corps. I wanted to thank Chaplain Rob for a beautiful invocation. I'm actually here today to speak on behalf as the Vice President of the Board for the Circle of Life Hospice Foundation. This is a praise report, and thank you for the discretionary funds that you all approved. I want to encourage the county leadership to continue to support and consider supporting more. The Circle of Life Guest House, which is now officially open as of last week. This is a huge, historic day for all of Nevada. There's never been a social model hospice guest house in all of Nevada. We're saddened but also honored to report that our first guest passed away this weekend, but passed away in the loving arms of a caregiver. The families crying with tears. Some of them don't have families, just completely desperate. This truly impacts our seniors and makes a difference at end of life. It also is all ages and it impacts a few pediatric patients. So I just want to thank you all for your support, encourage the community, and thank the community because we did it. After over 20 years of talking about it, we actually did it. And so thank you all, and I want to encourage everybody to go to colhospice.com/foundation to learn more. And if you want to volunteer or donate, this is truly an incredible cause. Thank you.
Bruce Parks, followed by Nicholas St. John. I will distribute his documents for the record. Go ahead and start. Go ahead and start.
Bruce Parks for the record. First of all, Madam Chair, thank you for the honor of leading the Pledge of Allegiance. I really appreciate that, and it is an honor. The information that's being distributed to you concerns the upcoming resolution on the Library Expansion Fund renewal. I find it abhorrent that this stuff is on the consent agenda instead of the regular agenda so that we can actually have a discussion about it. Perhaps one of you might have the gumption to pull it off the consent agenda so it can be discussed individually. I have no hope that that will happen, but it could. It only takes one of you, and it does need to be discussed. There's a lot of disingenuous language. For instance, this is a new tax. You can't call it anything other than. Don't take my word for it. The information you have in front of you comes from the Legislative Counsel Bureau and from the Nevada Supreme Court. And they both say, yeah, this is a new tax. When a tax is supposed to sunset, it does exactly that. It sunsets. If you want to reinstate it or whatever ambiguous language you choose to use, no, that's a new tax. And it has to be introduced as such. So any language to the contrary about it being renewal or anything of that nature is you're just being disingenuous. Or for those that prefer plainer language, you're lying to the people. I really hate it when somebody spits in my face and tells me it's raining. Please don't do that. I recommend that you pull this item from the agenda, give it its due consideration, and then revamp your resolution so that it accurately reflects what it is you're trying to accomplish here. This is definitely a new tax, and it's absolutely unnecessary. All the funding for our great libraries comes from the county commission. You're the ones that vote to approve their budget. They don't need a separate line item on the tax rolls delineating monies strictly to them. You guys fund them more than adequately. Matter of fact, they just got $75,000 apiece for 2 of the libraries. Question that you need to be asking yourself, especially during an election cycle. Do you really want to impose a new tax on the people during an election year? Remember what happened to the legislature in 2015 when they did that.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Troy Regas. I will distribute Mr. St. John's documents. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead. By the way, you have my name up there wrong. I put in there, my name today is going to be Nicolette St. John. So please address me by my proper pronouns. All right, considering you won't start the clock, and you start the clock before I get a chance to get started, my name is today Nicolette St. John, and I, before, tried to get you this document on May 29th, which would have given you plenty of, 28th, would have given you plenty of time to have addressed this issue. So I will try to go through it again. I demand each commissioner go on the record during their item for commissioner input, their position on whether or not they will support free and fair elections, and do everything they can to deter the ability to induce election fraud. Should you neglect or refuse to state your position on your support of free and fair elections, we will take that non-answer to mean that you do not support free and fair elections. I am available to be called back up to the podium during your input item for any clarification on this or other election concern issues. The spirit of the law is not being able to release tallies or unofficial results prior to the closing of polls on election day was to ensure no one received that information and was then able to manipulate the system by going out and bringing in more electors to vote in their favor, thus creating election fraud. With the advent of everyone who has not opted out of receiving a mail-in ballot, that time now should be extended to 5:01 on Saturday following the election, as that is the last time a mail-in ballot can be received by the ROV, date and time stamped as received, and then added to the group of and reported number of ballots that have yet to be counted. The number of outstanding ballots yet to be counted should be made public and reported to the Board of County Commissioners to remove any possibility of ballots mysteriously showing up and being added to the number once the deadline has passed. All I want, and many others coming to these chambers or writing to their public servants, is the chance for free and fair elections, devoid of the possibility of election fraud happening. Your official oath of office demands that you uphold the U.S. and Nevada constitutions, as well as the laws of Nevada, which clearly define the need for free and fair elections and anything that would leave opportunity to induce them. Clara, this is another warning to you. You'll need to ask your beloved DA to show you in 282, NRS Code 282, where you are exempt as a county commissioner to not have a bond. So we're again going to give you 24 hours to resign and walk away from this without it going to trial.
Troy Regas, followed by Derek Schock.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your time. My name is Troy Regas, and I'm with Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs and the Reno Toy Run. The Reno Toy Run was started in 1980. It was started by a bunch of bikers that would simply ride from Sparks to Reno, and we'd drop off toys for children that couldn't afford them. In about 1996, I took it over. My charter did the Hells Angels, and we subleased it to the Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs. And the reason we did this we thought it should be a bigger community event. We thought it could do a lot more. And the reason why the Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs was involved, that was all the motorcycle clubs in Northern Nevada, from Tahoe, Truckee, all the way to Ely, Elko, the whole Northern Nevada. We would get together, all of us donate our time, and we would put on the toy run. The first year we did it in 1986, I want to say we donated about $2,000. We eventually got that up to about 20,000, but other people are going to speak about how we got it a lot higher. We did that toy run, and it was very efficient. We have helped a lot of children, and we've helped a lot of families with toys. I'll stop there, and Derek Schock will take over.
Derek Schock, followed by Dan Lewis.
Good morning, County Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Derek Schock, more commonly known as Opie. I'd like to talk about the Reno Toy Run. As Troy just mentioned, Reno Toy Run was started in 1980, and it was just a bunch of people on motorcycles trying to help local kids. In 2019, we decided that we needed to step up our game. And so the Reno Toy Run broke away from the Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs as an entity and became a 501c3 nonprofit. Our goal by doing that was not only to create more legitimacy, but to help raise more money to give to local nonprofits in the area. Our goal by becoming a nonprofit was to donate $50,000 within 5 years. We had been teetering previous of being able to donate $15,000, $20,000, $18,000. In 2019, we were able to donate $50,000 our first year. The second year, we were able to donate $75,000. This year, we've donated over $120,000. The Reno Toy Run is an all-volunteer organization. Nobody makes a paycheck. It's run by the Confederation of Clubs, but it is a separate entity, and it's a labor of love for us. We spent thousands and thousands of man-hours hitting the streets, going out there, getting donations from our partners. Every dime that does not go to expenses, we turn around and give back out to the community. In addition, it's called the Reno Toy Run because we collect toys, not just money. We've helped literally thousands of families over the years, and every year we have families that this is the reason that they have Christmas, is because of the Reno Toy Run. The amount of donations, the food that we give out, and the toys. We will continue to do what we do. And I have had the honor over the last 10 years of being Santa for the Reno Toy Run, and it's one of the greatest joys of my life. And I thank you for your time.
Dan Lewis, followed by Nick Martin.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioners, especially Commissioner Clark, for inviting us here today. My name's Dan Lewis. I'm the treasurer of the Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs and the Reno Toy Run. And just to tie into what Troy and Opie shared with you, since we became a 501c3 in 2019, we have donated over 50,000 toys benefiting at least 10,000 families in Northern Nevada. That's besides the money that we have been able to raise and return to the community. Since we became a 501, we have donated $355,000 back to the Northern Nevada community. And just to give you an idea of where that goes, this last year, our initial 20 organizations that received $5,000 each at our toy sort I'd like to just read you the list. It was Veterans Guest House, the Washoe Department of Human Services, that's the foster kids program, Champion of the Honors Academy of Literature for their Angel Tree program, Kids and Horses Riding Center, the VFW Post 9211, Volunteers of America of Northern California and Northern Nevada, that was the family shelter, Children's Cabinet, Tahoe Family Solutions, Ronald McDonald House Charities of Northern Nevada, Boys and Girls Club of Truckee Meadows, Lyon County CASA, that's court-appointed special advocates for kids, For Kids Foundation, Eagle Valley Children's Home, Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation, Christmas Cheer, VA Voluntary Services, Project 150, Special Needs Community of Northern Nevada, Women and Children's Center of the Sierra, Eddie House, and that was just the first 20 that we did at our toy sort. In addition, we've donated to Muscular Dystrophy Association, Youth in Pursuit, Bobby Mello, Black Wall Street Reno, Excel Christian School, and I see my time's running short, but the list goes on and on and on. So again, thank you very much for having us here and giving us a chance to tell you about our organization.
Nick Martin, followed by Katie Nepper. And I will distribute Mr. Martin's documents.
Good morning. Nick Martin, 45-year resident of Washoe County. I've been up here before, and today I want to talk about something a little bit different you probably haven't heard before. I think we can all agree that the country's going through some very severe problems that affect everyone in Washoe County. Government spending's out of control. The debt of the country is $35 trillion now. To help you illuminate how unbelievable that number is, at $1 million a day, it would take 96,000 years to pile up 35 trillion. That's good math. We've also allowed leaders to stay in power for way too long. McConnell, Pelosi, Schumer, people like that, and they tend to amass way too much power because they're in the office decade after decade after decade. And thirdly, power has been taken away from states and has been vested in the federal government, which is not really what America's all about. We're a federal republic. So why do things seem only to get worse? Because we're asking the very people who benefit from perpetual power, access to unlimited spending, and the ability to force states to abide by their will to correct these things through the only means possible. That's amendments to the Constitution. Good luck with that. It hasn't happened, it ain't gonna happen, because we're asking the foxes to guard the hen house. But wait, there is another way. If the states band together and have a convention of states, they can pull power back from the federal government and make the states more apt to be able to handle these problems for their citizens. Article 5, Section 2 of the Constitution was put there by our forefathers in the event we got into the situation we're in right now. This situation we're in right now is exactly why that Section 2 of Article 5 is in there. What it requires is 2/3 of the states to join in. We have 19 so far, we need 34. Unfortunately, the state of Nevada is not one of them. So what I've done, I've submitted a boilerplate document so we can go to the state legislators and say that we think that the Washoe County folks would benefit from this. You should seriously consider joining the Convention of States movement. Thank you.
Katie Nepper, followed by Brooke Westlake.
Katie Nepper. First, I'd like to thank the security personnel who are extremely kind and considerate to my husband who uses a mobility scooter. They were above and beyond. Appreciate it. It's been over 6 months since you gave Safe Embrace a special use permit. Immediately after Safe Embrace got the permit, they sued us for attorney fees. Although their lawsuit had no basis and they knew it, it cost over $1,000 for us to defend against it. The judge dismissed the lawsuit. You giving them $10,000 in January covered their bills, so Safe Embrace had no issue being mean and vindictive with the sole purpose of costing us more money. The people who make the decisions for Safe Embrace are not nice people. Safe Embrace has done nothing since your approval to comply with code. There's no barrier for the trash containers. None of the required landscape buffer of trees and bushes have been planted. The required 6 to 7 foot non-wood fencing hasn't been erected. In fact, they still haven't made any effort to fix the portion of the fence that has been falling over for years. There has been no contact with any of the neighbors to implement the required weekly neighborhood meetings, not even after Commissioner Clark called their attorney to remind him. A significant water leak on the west side of the driveway has never been fixed, even though Truckee Meadows Water Authority addressed the leak with them last August. Here are some recent pictures of what the Safe Embrace property looks after 6 months. This one is a car parked on the east side where they said they would not park. This one is the back fence that has been falling down for years. This one is trash cans kept in the front yard. This picture was taken on a non-watering day, and yet they watered, as you can see. Safe Embrace thinks the rules don't apply to them, and they're right. The last picture is parking on the west side of the property among the weeds, and the water leak is right there. When we went before this commission, we were very naive in thinking that the code and the facts actually mattered. It was recently pointed out to us by a politically savvy person that although all of our arguments were right on, the commissioners had to approve the SUP or it would be political suicide. The mostly elderly residents on our small street are of little consequence. You had never approved a commercial facility in the middle of a more influential area of the county. How do I know this? Because the county saying the required findings were met doesn't make it so. They weren't. Because this commercial property in our setting does not meet code requirements. We proved all this, but we were ignored. I am not here today expecting anything from you. I just want all of this on record. A government entity is supposed to protect all of the citizens equally. If you continue to stand behind Safe Embrace 100%, then I don't see how you can keep your moral compass. Thank you.
Brooke Westlake, followed by Beck Marco.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Brooke Westlake. Please enter my comments verbatim into the record. I am here to discuss today 8E1 and provide a public comment. I have been on government boards appointed by 3 different Nevada governors since 2016, and I absolutely love serving my community. 2 of the boards that I'm currently on are the Northern Nevada Disciplinary Board, also known as the Bar Board, and also the Elderly Care Facilities. I understand that one of the board members' terms is up on the Library Board. I'm requesting that the commissioners please appoint a new person to the Washoe County Library Board. There are many of us that would like the opportunity to be of service to our community, and that was apparent during the last appointment when it was completed with over 80 applicants that was received to all of you. Please consider allowing another community member to serve a term so that we can all be of service to our community. We are grateful for all the members who volunteer to be on the library board, but it would be great to have opportunities shared within our community. Thank you so much.
Beck Marco, followed by Joni Hammond.
Hello, my name is Beck Marco, for the record. I'm a volunteer at the Cold Springs Family Center, and it is, let's just put it this way, it's my life. I was specifically asked to reach out and say that many of our volunteers really wanted to be here today. Unfortunately, with our schedules and everything, you guys are kind of stuck with me again to speak. But I wanted to personally thank Commissioner Clark for making a donation, or hopefully making a donation to our senior program that we have going on with our outreach. Every single Friday, we have not missed a Friday. For the last, it's been a little over a year, we have a senior shop that we set up and take down every single week because we don't have a building. The best part about these donations is that every single penny that's been donated goes directly back to our seniors and community members in need. It's a judgment-free zone. It's geared for seniors. They're our number one priority, but we also have had other people that didn't have food for their kids, so we do also open up for them. So I want to personally thank you on behalf of me and the other volunteers. There's no overhead fees, there's no paid staff. This is all a volunteer, community-ran organization that Lifestyle Homes so graciously let us use their nonprofit and helped us develop this program within their nonprofit. So thank you very much, and we appreciate the support.
Joni Hammond, followed by Matthew Wilkie.
Good morning, I'm Joni Hammond. As a taxpayer in Washoe County, I object that any of my tax dollars are spent on the Drag Queen Story Hour, now renamed Rainbow Fest, or any other special interest group. I attended the June 15th event at North Valley Library. The library was closed to the public. The event is advertised that no county money is used. That is not true. At least 6 county employees I observed. There were extra security hired. Who paid for that? I do not understand if people want this type of event, why it cannot be held at a private center rather than a public library supposedly open and supposed to be open on Saturday. My second item is elections. I worked at both early voting and worked on election day. Multiple people came in and their spouse had died either this year or several years ago, and they received a ballot. At least hourly, people came in and had duplicate ballots, or they received a ballot for someone that doesn't live there. I do not have an exact count, yet it was ongoing every day. This needs to be fixed. Please clean the voter rolls.
Matthew Wilkie, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Very good morning, Vice Chair Herman and members of the commission. My name is Matthew Wilkie. For the record, I'd like to start out with something positive. I'd like to thank you for that donation to, I see, the ASPCA. I do think that's probably the only thing that people would agree on across the political board ideologies and spectrums is animals are way better than people. So I would like to thank you for that donation. Something else I'd like to also bring up is we only have 1 week left in this second quarter. I do know that one of the commissioners requested quarterly meetings after the ordinance for the homeless ordinance was put into effect. We only have 1 more week for that, so hopefully one of you commissioners can request that be on the next week's agenda for a follow-up in that, so we are following through with our commitments to the public that we would have quarterly meetings or updates with that, and with only being 1 meeting left, I'd like to see that on the next agenda. With that said, you all have a beautiful day. Thank you so much.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Sandy Tibbet. I will distribute his documents. For the record, Chair Hill has arrived.
This statement is in response to your statement about honoring the native tribes. I noticed that the school board also does that, and also the Board of Regents. It's a new thing coming along. This is a statement to honor the founders and builders of America and Nevada. I would like to make a statement regarding our ancestors who built this great nation. There's a movement today to dishonor and respect them. I would like to acknowledge the great sacrifices they made to conquer a very wild and dangerous territory to build the state of Nevada in the United States of America. Their blood, sweat, and tears should not be dishonored. I would like to remind this body that this is the United States of America. The land of our nation is no longer owned by any of the indigenous tribes except for the reservations that are given to them to have autonomous self-rule. This was the first time in the history of the world where a conquered people were given their own autonomy with land and freedom. This clearly reflects upon the dignity and virtue of the builders of our nation, who followed the course of manifest destiny and saw the vision laid out before them of a nation that went from sea to sea, the Atlantic to the Pacific. It is important for us to recognize that the ownership of this land is no longer in the hands of the native tribes, but it is owned by the great nation of the United States of America. While we respect their previous occupancy of these lands, we understand that there was a lot of warfare between the different tribes, and boundaries fluctuated greatly. Today, I would like to remember the tribe of the Sayduka. This is the forgotten tribe that you guys didn't mention. Who are the Sayduka? They occupied the territory of the Great Lake Lahontan in northern Nevada, which covered most of northern Nevada. I believe they existed in this region for thousands of years, far longer than the Paiutes or any of the other native tribes. I would like to memorialize their genocidal extermination by a confederacy of the Paiutes and other tribes who were in competition with them for land and resources. This happened shortly before the European settlers came. Sarah Winmucka, in her book, My Life Among the Paiutes, written around 1870, documents much of what I'm saying. She said that this tribe were white-skinned and red-haired people, and there were about 2,700 of them. At the time, there were about 5,000 Paiutes who were broken up in about 50 clans of 100. If you're living off the land, you can't have a clan of much more than 100 people in a certain area. I would like to honor the legacy of the Sayduka people who were unjustly exterminated by the Paiutes, who formed a confederacy to exterminate and commit genocide against their race. The final battle occurred at Lovelock Cave by what was then Humboldt Lake. In 2010, I went inside the cave and took pictures, and lo and behold, there were orbs in the photographs. We don't know what these strange orbs are, but many suspect that they are the spirits of people who died long ago. We recognize this Sayduka people, and apologies need to be made by the occupants of the land at that time, which are those.
Sandy Tibbet, followed by Jake Maynard.
Good morning, Commissioners. First, I want to ask that 8E1 be pulled for discussion. You all are in receipt of my emails that shows evidence of collusion. Part of this form, and nothing else was filled out. We never saw anybody open up our blue canvas bags and count those ballots in front of us. We did not see anybody sign these forms. I have no idea what was put on those forms after I put them in their custody. That's wrong. It's illegal. Also, here is my text messages between me and our team on Election Day. North Valley's library was hooked up to the Wi-Fi, the library's Wi-Fi, because we were missing a MiFi cord. It's pretty suspicious, right? Especially when Eric Brown decides to show up. That's Eric Brown, going into the main part of the library with a laptop. Probably contains a poll book, maybe? I don't know. And it's also funny that he showed up at the same time that our ballot runners showed up for the first drop for our mail ballots. He wanted to know how many ballots we had. Why does he need to know that? Right? There he is, entering the library with a laptop, 10 minutes after finding out how many ballots we were dropping. What is going on? Why were you there? Also, NRS code for the library. That was closed on Saturday for Drag Queen Story Hour. Illegal. Library board did not vote to have the library closed on Saturday. And I want to point out, we were locked in. We could not get out of those front doors if we wanted to. Fire department was called. They said it was okay because somebody was manning the front doors. What if she had a heart attack? What if somebody started shooting at us? We couldn't get out. They unlawfully detained my granddaughter and Victoria Meyer's granddaughter from leaving the library because there was an adult to go out the doors with her. They were feeling sick and wanted out. The granddad was on the other side of the doors. Person manning the doors didn't even look.
Jake Maynard, followed by Lily Baran.
Jake Maynard for the record. Today, we're talking about the Record Street CAC, the Community Assistance Center, and the annual action plan that the City of Reno puts out every year. This year, the City of Reno neglected to even mention the CAC in the report and seemingly have the intention to pass it off to more greedy developers, likely leading to the CAC to be torn down. We're here today to tell you why this would be a serious blunder and to ask for help from the county to try to revive and reopen this important facility to be used to further assist our growing unhoused and impoverished community here in Washoe County. The CAC was mentioned in the 2020 AAP, the Annual Action Plan, saying the City of Reno will use CDBG to fund CAC, a one-stop resource center and efficient provider of resources to residents in need. How have we now gotten to the point where the City of Reno feels it needs to dispose, quote unquote, of this property when it was supposed to be reopened after COVID? The county has helped take over homeless services, and this is an opportunity for the county to also take over a facility that is already full of extensive infrastructure to support the unhoused community. Following my comment, my friend Lily will present a series of photographs providing further context into the prior and potential future services that this facility did and could provide again. As you'll see, the facility was built with a specific purpose and has incredible potential to the county as another piece in the extremely important area of homeless services. I think it's clear that CARES Campus alone is just not sufficient in assisting homeless individuals. As well as with rising rent costs, this is a population that is still growing and it is clearly still struggling. This is an opportunity that we are asking the county to help with before yet more options are gone to help our most vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Lily Baran, followed by Lillian Henry.
Good morning. My name's Lily Barron for the record. So I just think that it also bears repeating that this is not just any old building. This is a building that was specifically intended for this purpose and supposed to reopen after 2020, after the lockdown, et cetera, and it was never supposed to be permanently closed. And that right now it's basically demolition by neglect. A leak in the roof that was known about before it was shut down was allowed to continue. Insurance was never called. No one ever tried to fix any of these damages to the building. However, we do know that we have the money to fix it. And recently, the manager's office released a memo in September 2023 when we were at City Council speaking on the same item. And the estimate for the repair was $2.75 million. But now it's approximately $10 million, yet nothing has changed. So I'm just going to go through some of these photos. Is this, okay. So this is the laundry room of the third floor, the multi-use room on the third floor, the built-ins for the Community Health Alliance suite, the view of the staircase, looks pretty clean to me, view of the former Community Health Alliance nurses station. Again, it did have a whole medical facility, which would be greatly helpful in this area, as now if you went down there, there are just people laying outside, as they often are. I live about 3 blocks away. Here's the Shepherd storage closet, another office. I guess the point that I'm trying to make here is that this doesn't look like a building that's absolutely irreparable. A maintenance office, a server room, another large space. Let's get to the regular rooms, the reception area. Here's a little bit of damage you can see in the front lobby. I know there have been some break-ins, but that's what happens when you neglect a building for this amount of time. More laundry rooms, more nurses station, and just more very usable space for a particular service that I think we're really needing. I know that there are folks that don't even qualify for CARES, and once again, I've said it a million times, we're constantly full at our place and Rise. And a lot of this area could be used for people that are in need of permanent supportive housing, wraparound services, and transitional supportive housing. It also is worth saying, just in the last couple of seconds, that the city of Reno said the ideal respondent would have demonstrated a program to not reestablish blight, which is pretty disrespectful and offensive considering the area. Blight looks like letting people sleep outside of buildings that are meant for them to be inside of, not allowing a high-rise apartment.
Thank you. Lillian Henry?
Good morning, Lillian Henry, Virginia Range Wildlife Protection Association. We are a 501c3 that's been in existence for 40 years. I want to thank Mr. Clark, or Commissioner Clark, for the donation. We work with wildlife, the wild horses. We do a lot of birth control, and we do a lot of range cleanup. So thank you very much. We'll put the donation to good use.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have just a few minutes till 11, so we will start the rest of the agenda at 11:10 to allow commissioners to use the restroom, and we'll see you in a bit. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to bring back to order the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and we will now move into item 5. Mr. Manager.
Item 5 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you. Do you have any announcements for us, Manager Brown?
I would just remind everyone that the canvass of the vote will be occurring on Friday here in Chambers at 10 a.m. Secondly, Madam Chair, we need to pull items 13 and 20 from the agenda.
Okay, thank you for that. I now will go to the rest of the board. Vice Chair Herman. Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Father's Day. I just wanted to quickly give you an update on one of our regional boards. I know Chair Hill has talked about this in social media, but it's great to announce and kick out throughout the community. But RTC is offering a kids ride-free program all summer long, and the dates go from June 8th to August 11th, and it's for anybody 17 years or younger. Obviously, you have to have an adult if you're, I believe, 6 years.
6, yep.
I wanted to remind folks about this other program that's been in play for quite some time. It's called the Ed Pass, and that's for college students, college faculty, and college staff. And they can also ride for free if they bring a college ID, and that can serve those who work at UNR, TMCC, WNC, DRI, so it gives you a wide range throughout the region. But a lot of great opportunities to ride fixed routes this summer, and we hope that you take advantage of that, so thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Andriola. Okay, and Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a list of folks that I've sent discretionary funds to, and I'd like to just talk about each of those briefly. So the first one, a lot of the folks spoke about their organization, and for those that didn't, we'll cover that as well. But the first one is Nevada Toy Run. I think they've done great work. I think they're unsung heroes. A lot of folks in the county and the community don't realize the good work that they've done for years and years and years. I attended one of their toy runs back in the early 90s over at the Elks Club, and then they've really grown. And I attended one of their meetings a few months ago and heard all the good they were doing, and I thought it was a great organization to send some discretionary funds to. Next, Senior Rescue, sent some money their way. Senior Rescue is a new nonprofit in the area, started by a developer that's trying to do good work here. And the basis of this is to almost a bridge for folks, seniors that get a rent increase, seniors that are their jobs, they don't have jobs. I mean, they're retired, they're on fixed incomes. They really can't go out and make a lot of extra money because of their age and retirement and that type of thing. But Senior Rescue is going to bridge them for, I understand, up to a year. If they get $100 or $200 a month rent increase, they'll fund that for up to a year, give the seniors some breathing room. They won't be booted out on the street and end up in the CARES campus or in a homeless situation. And so it'll really help seniors, give them some peace of mind, and try and figure out how they're going to organize their life after they've received a rent increase. And that's happening all too often in our community. Next, talk about Stanford Center for the Aging. Stanford Center of the Aging works with UNR and does a great job. Many classes. It's very inexpensive to join the organization if folks don't have funds, or they've got some scholarship programs that'll help seniors. But everything from music lessons to language to hikes and movies and ukulele lessons, speaking Spanish, speaking of foreign languages. They're just doing so much, and we're lucky to have them in our community. They're going to, I understand, maybe today have a meeting with Human Services to start expanding and maybe have online, excuse me, training and classes for us at our senior center here. So doing a good job with that. And they're going to be very instrumental in helping seniors have some activities and things that'll really help seniors' quality of life. So doing a good job, and really appreciate what they're doing. Food Bank of Northern Nevada, everybody knows about the good work they've been doing for a long time, so we've sent some money their way. The National Alliance on Mental Illness, we've sent some money their way. It's a nonprofit helping educate citizens about mental illness. We've got the Northern Nevada Literacy Council, sent some money their way. Supports some activities at the CARES campus. Opportunity Alliance of Nevada, sent some money their way. We've got the Virginia Range, some of their folks spoke briefly. I've met them by accident driving out on Washoe Valley. I see a crew of people in vests, colored vests, and out cleaning up, and they just go around and show up 20 or 30 of them at a time and clean up the Virginia Range. They work with wild horses to help make sure that the horses don't end up in wrecks with automobiles, that type of thing. So that's a good organization, so I'm happy to contribute to them. Lifestyle Homes has been very helpful with seniors out in the North Valleys area. Nevada Hopes, we know about them. We sent them some money. And then Northern Nevada Assistance Program. We sent some money to the India Association of Northern Nevada. We sent some money to Jewish Nevada. We sent some money to Nevada Center for Civic Engagement, We the People. We sent some money to Guitars for Vets, Veterans Guest House, Washoe County Human Services Agency, and for a water station over in Sparks. So those are some of the organizations that I just wanted to get on the record and say I appreciate the good work they're doing, and it was recognized. Next, I want to talk about the most recent election we had. Sound like a broken record. Ever since I was the assessor, and now I'm a commissioner, we've got Dwayne Woodard. I brought this to the attention of the last 3 registrar voters, Ms. Spicula, Ms. Rodriguez, now Ms. Burgess, Cisco Aguilar. Met with all of these folks, the election integrity group, or whatever they were called, brought it to their attention, brought it to Manager Brown's attention, and sure enough, this year, yet again, another ballot for Dwayne Woodard. I've known this man for over 60 years. He lives in Australia. He's been there 9 years. He sold his house. The recorder knows he sold his house. He doesn't live here. He did get a Nevada driver's license for when he comes back to the United States, so Nevada DMV continues to register him. If I was a sneaky person, I could vote in these elections twice. On the same note, I didn't get a ballot at my house this year. Okay? What the heck is going on around here? I don't get a ballot, but some dude who lives in Australia gets a ballot. I've told the last 3 registrar of voters. I've been talking about this forever. They know I don't shut up. What kind of person wouldn't fix the problem so Clark would shut up about it? I mean, that just doesn't sound sensible. Finally, I did get an answer from Cisco Aguilar, the Secretary of State, and his staff, and they said because he got a driver's license, the DMV put him on the rolls. Think about that. I would like to ask a question to Mary Canderas. How many people can be registered at my house? Does the Nevada law have any law about how many people could be registered in my house? I mean, this could be a cottage industry for me. I could go around and find folks all over the United States and ask them if they want a Nevada driver's license, and I'll use my house, and I could get 100, 200, 5,000. I mean, what if a conservative group was doing this? The liberal side would go crazy. What if we got all the folks that were native from the United States but lived in other countries and got them registered and got a driver's license? Could I use my address? Or could I move it around the county and affect the election that way? This is one example of something that needs to be addressed. Somebody else brought up about somebody who's died in their family a number of years ago, and it's still on. So Why can't this get fixed? Good question. All right, sample ballot. We got a sample ballot. I look around the room, I've probably been voting longer than most of the people, maybe not as long as all the people, but most of the people. I've been voting since I was 18. President Nixon allowed 18-year-olds to vote when I was 18, or 19, and I registered to vote, and I voted in every single election since then. Usually when you get a sample ballot, it's people that you can vote for. This year, I didn't get a ballot, but I got the sample ballot, and it's got folks in the city of Reno. I live in Washoe Valley. It's got folks that I can't even vote for. What kind of sample is that? And then I was told, well, the Secretary of State dictated it because it saved money. Well, it could save money if he put every single candidate in the United States in a phone book and passed it out to everybody. You should be, the whole idea of a sample ballot is you study it, you mark it, you run into the ballot booth and the election booth, and you make your selection and get the heck out of there. That's the purpose of it, to give a chance. But if you put every single candidate that you can't even vote on it, that's confusing to some people. So that's outrageous. That needs to be addressed. We've got 25,000 that's reported by the Reno Gazette-Journal, 25,000 that we know about, ballots that were returned to the Registrar of Voters. Does that indicate clean voter rolls when 25,000 came back? Those are just the ones we know about. How many people got a ballot for somebody and just tossed it in the trash? Okay? Those are just the ballots. That means there's 25,000 that we know about. There's 25,000 sample ballots that were sent out. So I'd like to ask the question to the Registrar of Voters, what does it cost to mail out 25,000 ballots? What's the cost for postage, printing, and whatever else? And I'd like to ask the exact same question about what does it cost to mail out, print, sort, call it to the post office, whatever costs are involved, on 25,000 sample ballots. What kind of dough are we wasting and cluttering up the system? This does not make any sense. For over 200 years in this country, people have had elections. They count the ballots, they know what's taking place. We have more mischief, more glitches, more hiccups, more things wrong in the last 4 or 5 years than I've seen in my whole lifetime. And they just say, whoopsie, whoopsie. It's enough of this. And then on the last item on elections, we used to get, and I have personal knowledge, I've been in 6 elections, 3 primaries and 3 generals. I participated as a voter in scores and scores of elections. Usually the Registrar of Voter gives updates. Usually the newspapers, usually the TV stations will give you an update. We had an election last Tuesday. Does anybody have an idea who won? Does anybody have the idea what the numbers are? I don't. The media hasn't asked for it. The Registrar of Voters hasn't complied. I called the newspaper last Wednesday. Mark Robeson did write an article about it. And the excuse that he got from the Registrar of Voters is, oh, if we stop, we lose time. We can't come up for air. We can't give you the numbers. We can't report to you. During an election, we should have voting, the Registrar of Voters should tell us the numbers every day at maybe 6 or 8 in the morning, and every day at noon or so, and maybe every night at 5 or 6, and give us an update so we understand that there's been an election. I haven't heard anything other than we're waiting to canvass the votes. How can we canvass the votes when we know for a fact 25,000 ballots went out to the wrong place? We know there's nothing but problems with this. The Registrar of Voters gets away with stuff that other entities in the county can't get away with. The treasurer, somebody who, when you owe money to the county, they know where you are. When you have a property here in the county, the assessor knows where you are, the clerk knows where you are, the recorder knows where you are. Everybody knows whether you're a legitimate voter or not, except the Registrar of Voters. This is outrageous. So that's my comments about that. I want to address what Roger Edwards said. You know, the county started charging to recharge a water well system out in the North Valleys. 8 years they charged for recharging water to fill their wells. Well, Mother Nature took over and filled their wells for them. Now the water is coming up to the surface, and the county's still charging people for this after approximately a year ago of me squawking. They cut this off, but they're still sending Mr. Edwards, a retired veteran, still sending him a bill and a late charge. Where do we hit the stop button on sending out bills that we're no longer collecting? How can the public have any faith in anything that we do if we can't even turn off a bill that's been designated to be turned off? This is outrageous stuff. And the other county members wonder why the public doesn't trust the elected people, doesn't trust the system. These are some examples I keep bringing to your attention. Let's fix these things so I can shut up, okay? Because I'm not going to shut up until they're fixed. And, you know, if you don't like hearing me, because I don't like to say it, but I will say it, but I'm sure you don't like to hear it, let's fix the problems. Thank you.
Okay. Now we will, if we don't have any other commissioner comments, we will move into item 6. Mr. Manager.
Item 6 is a presentation by Commissioner Support on a wrap-up of the 2023-2024 Washoe County Leadership Academy and the Leadership Academy class of 2024 participants on their class project, which focuses on increasing and retaining foster care families through business resource recruitment.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Candy Ramos. I am a Community Outreach Coordinator, and I'm joined today by Alexandra Wilson, also a Community Outreach Coordinator. We are excited today to be presenting to you an update on the Washoe County Leadership Academy. Here we are. So we are just part of an overall greater team of the Commissioner Support Program who have put on this program now in its 3rd year. We would also like to make note of Dr. Marlene Rabore, who is in the audience with us today. She's from the University of Nevada, Reno's Cooperative Extension, as well as Mark De La Torre, who helped us to create this program. So you'll see our mission of the Washoe County Leadership Program is to educate the citizens about Washoe County offerings, what we do, the breadth of services that we offer. We also hope to inspire graduates from the program to become more involved and engaged in the community, and we've seen a lot of great success from that, which Alexandra will discuss. And we also hope that they build relationships, not only with each other, but with members of the board, with the community, with directors, and the boots-on-the-ground staff. And we also hope that we instill trust to help ease government mistrust and kind of pull back the curtain on what really goes on behind the scenes in day-to-day government. We are now launching our 3rd year of the program. We have applications that are open now through Friday. So we do encourage anyone who is interested in participating in this amazing 9-month program to please consider applying. To date, we've had 47 graduates from the program from the first 2 years, which has created an awesome pipeline of people who want to become more engaged. I'm happy to report that we've had 15 applicants to various boards and committees over the past 2 years. 6 of those people have been appointed. And we're happy to share that from the program, we've also had 3 new hires to Washoe County, including one that's going to start on next Monday. So we're really seeing that our goal to get people engaged is coming to fruition. And we are going to be hearing more today about our amazing programs that we do. So we have a class project in addition to the 9 days of programming. Our 3 class projects have been a Master Gardener program at Rancho San Rafael. We had an art program started at Jen Evans Juvenile Justice Center,
and our Foster Connect program for Human Services Agency. And this program is free for selected non-employee residents of Washoe County. We have people as far away from Gerlach, Incline Village. We hope that we have a lot of people who are interested in participating in this. And I think after Alexandra talks about our great programming we have for next year, that we will encourage people and inspire them to apply. So I'll hand it over to Alexandra Wilson.
All right, again, my name is Alexandra Wilson. So looking over our year two results, as Candy had mentioned, we're seeing a lot of success with our program, not just in our boards and committees and new hires, but also in the expectation of the program. And so through UNR Extended Studies, after every session and at the end of the entire program, we do a survey of all of our participants, one of which was what was our expectation going into WCLA and how well we met that. So 98% of our participants, or I'm sorry, 96 of our participants either exceeded or greatly exceeded their expectations in going into the program, with 4% that matched. The other thing that's really amazing is, will their involvement in WCLA increase after having been through the program and getting to see kind of the inner workings of local government? And 100% of individuals said that yes, they will continue to be involved and be more involved because of the program. So that's just a fantastic success of our year two. So looking ahead, we're really excited for year three. Like I had mentioned, we do a survey after every session to not only make sure that we're meeting those expectations, but that we're improving it for the next class to come in. And so one of the things that came out of it was a partnership with our Western Industrial Nevada, or better known as WIN, to help to elevate those leadership skills training and provide additional networking opportunities with individuals throughout our community. We have a lot of our days, like we mentioned, are 9 days throughout 2024 and 2025, starting with Washoe County 101. So this starts with our networking. We'll have a government liaison this year to talk about where Washoe County really fits into the grander scheme of other government entities. And then we'll have UNR Cooperative Extension peppered throughout our program to provide, again, those leadership skills training, such as civility and government, collaboration, and so on and so forth. And then we mentioned our class project, that again, that is peppered throughout our program, but that's done mostly after hours, and it's a requirement of the program to give back to their community in some way. The Gems of Washoe County, we take them over to Incline. We get to see the UC Davis Science Center, as well as our wonderful Bowers Mansion, where many of our families and individuals have wonderful memories. We get to go to Gerlach, and we get to go on the bus with PBS Reno to talk about Wild Nevada and talk about our sustainable future, and looking at the Pyramid Paiute tribe to recognize our past, our native history. Wound to Tune, so Washoe County is with you from birth to death and beyond, starting with our birth and death records all the way to our medical examiner's office, and then we'll be adding our public administrator for the beyond. Dedicated public service, this is one of our participants' overall favorite day. We get to go and visit Truckee Meadows Fire. Everyone loves to tour the South Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility, which is fantastic and also surprising, but they just love getting to go out there and seeing how it doesn't actually smell, which is fantastic. But it's a wonderful day for our participants. Law and Order, we get to go to the district court, tour the historic jail there, learn about Reno's divorce history. Jan Evans, like you had seen, one of our class projects came out of being inspired from touring Jan Evans, and then going to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office and visiting our renowned crime lab. Heart of the county, so dealing with our vulnerable populations. We have our Men's Crossroad, CARES Campus, Regional Animal Services, and we're also adding our behavioral health administrator this year to talk about our work in mental health care, and West Hills. Calm Through Chaos is our emergency operations center, so how we stay calm through the chaos by preparation, as well as getting to sit in and visit with our dispatch and 911 services, and our Washoe County Library System. And lastly, we have a graduation that culminates the entire program, which our commissioners are all invited to and have been to, where they present their plaques and congratulations for completing the program. The success of this program has also been that we're seeing it replicated in other communities. So you'll see on there that we are doing this in Incline Village as a Washoe Tahoe Academy. Fernley has also reached out to replicate our program, as well as Papua New Guinea. They came and visited us and had heard about the Leadership Academy, so we gave them a presentation and introduced ourselves, and we just heard that Nye County is looking to to replicate our program as well.
So as Candy had mentioned, our applications are now open through Friday, June 21st. If you scan the QR code, it takes us to our video where you get to see a lot of the individuals up on the screen, why they encourage other individuals to apply for the Academy. These are 2024 graduates. And with that, we will go ahead and kick it over to our presenters, Allison Anderson and Bruce O'Brien, who are a part of our 2024 WCLA class, to talk about their class project, Foster Connect.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. I'm Bruce O'Brien. This is Allison Anderson, and we're here to introduce you to Foster Connect. Did you know that at any one time there's an average of 600 children, foster children, in Washoe County? Washoe County handles over 6,000 calls on an average year to Child Protective Services. Foster children usually have an average stay in foster of 650 days, and the average day is 12. The basic need is there and real for advancing our foster families in Washoe County.
I'm sure, as you could imagine, there are a lot of challenges that foster families face when they bring a new child into their home, whether it's long-term or short-term. Those include unexpected expenses, lack of a break, feeling isolated or not feeling like they're supported, and then just dealing with complex needs of those children that they're learning and welcoming into their homes. That's why we're really excited to announce that Washoe County Leadership Academy, in partnership with Have a Heart Washoe, has instituted a new program called Foster Connect, which is actually live now through the Washoe County Have a Heart website. And the vision for this program, Foster Connect, is to create a thriving network of Washoe County businesses that are actively supporting foster families while illuminating the critical need for more loving homes in our community. And our mission is three-part. We're working with businesses, empowering them to support our foster families by providing exclusive discounts, promotions, and services to foster families. We're also supporting those families to help ease those financial burdens and provide that social connection within the community. And then finally, building a brighter future, connecting community with foster families so that our community as a whole understands the need that we have for more foster families here.
We focused on the basic needs of every family and how we can help benefit the foster families. We looked at dining, automotive, entertainment, personal care, drugs, food and drug, furniture, clothing, school supplies, and child care services. The recruitment process and application is simple. You simply scan the barcode. It takes you to the website where you can fill out online and determine what you want as a service or discount offered and the frequency provided to the foster families. After the sign-up is complete, we send out a welcome business kit, which tells with information to help inform the businesses and then promote the partnership through the website and other media campaigns so that foster families are aware of the services. Our outreach card is two-sided. First, to recruit, the front side to recruit businesses for our Foster Connect program. The other side to recruit foster and mentorship. We're driving the extra recruitment of foster families, knowing that it's a critical need.
Businesses who sign up to be a part of our program also will receive a business welcome kit that includes a certificate of appreciation, a welcome letter detailing how foster families will use these discounts and services, table tent cards, again showing the Foster Connect program on one side and then the Have a Heart Washoe on the other. So we're really trying to drive traffic to Have a Heart Washoe so that we can get more visibility to the website, people who might be interested in becoming foster families in the future. future. And then that little window sticker decal so that foster families can see that when they're out and about, and hopefully will become a place where foster families can come together and create more of a community. As far as educating our foster families, we're really excited to work with HSA on their new app. So that will be how we educate foster families about the program, update the different discounts that they're able to use, and keep them in the loop. So this will be a centralized form of information, as well as I mentioned, a place for them to create a community. So you think about foster families feeling isolated. If every Thursday we have a discount available at a bounce house and foster families are showing up and connecting with each other and finding a place where they can experience similar family dynamics, then this is just another way to create a community for them. And then finally, evaluating and expanding this program through the app and through the website so that we can continue to grow. Here's an example of some of the companies and businesses that have already signed on to support the program. So we're really excited that it's gone to a good launch, and we've already had a lot of success. And then that app here is going to be launching soon, and our foster families will be able to connect through that, and the businesses can use that to determine if they are eligible for the program. And then really a two-way street so that we can recognize the businesses who are partnering with us and supporting the program, and then reach out to those foster families so that they know how to get their Cold Stone Creamery.
In conjunction with the National Foster Families Month in May, the Washoe County Leadership Academy kicked off the Foster Connect at the Foster Family Night at the Reno Aces. The Reno Aces graciously donated 40 tickets to foster families here in northern Nevada. One of the foster foster child got to throw out the first pitch to with their family. HSA manned a table and recruited foster families and got the word out. And we really want to thank the Reno Aces for their participation. The launch of the Foster Connect program was featured on all local news and media stations from Channel 4 to an 8, getting the word out for recruitment. Spreading the word. Washoe County Leadership Academy members are actively out recruiting businesses, dropping off cards and flyers to expand the program. To date, we've contacted over 100 local businesses about joining the program. We're excited about the discounts that all the businesses that we approach, they're very receptive to participate. The business partners are and social media buzz is we're trying to drive further recruitment. And
so our business partners are key to making this a success, but at the end of the day, we want to recruit and retain our foster families. So we want to make sure that this is a sustainable program for HSA and something that can grow to fit the need of HSA and our foster family program. So this program has been developed in a way that it won't take a lot of resources to continue to grow. Finally, evaluating and measuring the success of this. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that we are positively impacting the foster family program, have a heart Washoe, and monitoring to see if this is driving more traffic to the website and ultimately creating foster families that join and that stay longer in the program.
this Foster Connect project would not be possible without the help from the Washoe County team, the Washoe County Leadership Academy of 2024, and just want to give a shout out to everybody and say thank you. We have some extra recruitment cards that we will leave with the clerk that you can share with businesses that you frequent and you think would be a good fit for our Washoe County Foster Connect partnership. Again, thank you for your time.
Well, I am blown away. I think we need to applaud the Leadership Academy. And Ms. Anderson and Mr. O'Brien, you represented your group very well. Thank you so much for introducing this to us. And it's great because it helps recruit new families, but also makes the whole community realize we are all responsible for supporting our foster families in one way or another. So I will go down to the line to the board members to see if there's any other thoughts. Vice Chair Herman? Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much. I'm blown away. I don't know how these ideas rise to the top and what the process is for that. I can ask our staff later, but what a commendable project to target and what a high need area we have. It's, I guess a replication is the best form of flattery, right? And if you've got people picking up the phone and calling you, you did something right. I'm just very impressed with what you guys were able to accomplish and happy to support moving forward. Is there an area or sector in terms of businesses that you have kind of hit some roadblocks with or that you would need help reaching? You mentioned dining, automotive, entertainment. Were any of those more difficult to recruit?
Actually, they're all very receptive to the program. And it does take follow-up. If you leave a card, you have to make sure you go back and visit. Everybody is very happy to support the Washoe County foster families. It is a tremendous, they're heroes in our community, and it goes without saying. Everybody wants to participate, but unless you can get them to scan and open up their phone and sign up then, it does take that call back. And as far as pushback, we haven't had a lot of pushback.
Okay. And then the website promotional materials, welcome kits, all are beautiful. Is the county taking over all of those materials moving forward?
HSA is taking that over, and they've done an amazing job.
That's great.
Again, a shout out to HSA for all they've done too. Completely supportive of the whole program. Whenever we need to jump on a call, we're making a meeting, they're there for us.
Okay. And any people that are interested can just visit the website, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's an incredible project. Really proud.
Yes, Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you so much. I don't think that people realize what a crisis it is in terms of foster families and needing those families who will bring in foster children. It really is a critical situation, not only in Washoe County, but in other counties as well. So I think that really is another benefit to your awareness campaign. The discounts are great, and obviously having businesses aware, and I'm wondering if you had also reached out to the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce and maybe reach them as well and partner with those organizations that are business coalitions that can help. There are a lot of organizations that support foster children, but this unique opportunity, I think, is really commendable. And thank you so much for putting all of your talent and brain power together. That's really cool. And to have it be sustainable. I think your sustainability and the measurement piece is great. But I do want to just add that I know that Washoe County and many other, the Division of Child and Family Services statewide is dedicated to look at recruiting foster families. It's a critical need, as I mentioned. So I'd love to look at the materials. And again, thank you so much for putting all of your brain power together and to be advocates for it as well. And I'm sure you learned a lot about it. So there's no greater gift that one can give is the gift of love. And that's even what the businesses are doing and creating that. So thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the words that I think is overused a lot is vulnerable population, but I think children are in my opinion, the vulnerable population. So anything that you could do with foster children and helping making their lives easier is a blessing. So thank you for the good work.
Thank you.
Yes, we're so lucky to have such passionate community members that are willing to give up their time to serve Washoe County, so thank you for that. And I commend our staff because this project has really been amazing. And I know that we created it from scratch, and now everyone wants to replicate it. And I also thank all the different departments who participated, gave their time, and showed how important Washoe County is to the everyday lives of our community. So thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day. Okay, we now will move into donations, if Commissioner Garcia wouldn't mind helping us with that.
Of course. We've
Thank
got
you.
2 items under our donations today. We've got various monetary donations for injured animals and food and treat donations from the SPCA and donated pet and food supplies, all under item 7A1. And then under 7B1, we know that abandoned vehicles, illegal dumping, and graffiti are showing up in a lot of our neighborhoods throughout the county, but Sun Valley particularly struggles with this. And so I was really pleased to see this next donation listed under 7B1, which is allocating $10,000 from Sun Valley General Improvement District over to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office to be used for the removal of abandoned vehicles. And I just really appreciate the strong partnership between our GID and the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. And with that, I'd like to make that in the form of a motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And Vice Chair Herman?
Second.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on that item?
There is not.
Okay, with a motion and a second, any questions from the board? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that was unanimous. Yes, it was. Thank you. We now will move to our consent items, and I know Commissioner Andriola wanted to pull a consent item.
Yes, please. I'd like to go ahead and pull 8E1 and 8E2, please.
Okay, thank you. Any other consent items?
Those were the 2 I was going to
Okay, okay, thank you, Vice Chair. With that, Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on, well, actually, I'll take a motion on all of the consent items except for 8E1 and 8E2.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And Madam Clerk, we'd love to take public comment on the rest of the items.
Okay, first up, we have Mark Pickler, followed by Blake Vanderwell.
Good morning. I'm here to talk on 8F1 on 2 items. First of all, we want to thank Commissioner Clark for the grant to the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement. This is a program that runs the We the People program and the Nevada History Day for elementary, middle school, and high school students. This week, actually, teachers from throughout Nevada, Utah, and Idaho are in Carson City right now doing what we refer to as boot camp, so that they learn how to teach the We the People program, the curriculum, which is a program that teaches students, the full name of the program is We the People, the Citizen in the Constitution. And that's the idea, is to help students from 5th grade, 7th grade, and in high school learn how to be better citizens so that they can participate better in the future of our nation. And I will just point out that you have one We the People alumnus who is the chair of your commission. Shows how important the program is it enables people to become and encourages them to become involved. On behalf of Jewish Nevada, which I happen to be the Northern Nevada chair for the state board, I want to thank Commissioner Clark also for the $2,500 grant to us. Some of the programs that we do for Jewish Nevada, first of all the money that we get in Northern Nevada stays in Northern Nevada, even though it's a statewide organization. Most recently, last month, we had what we call Mitzvah Day, which is a blessing to do things for other people. What we did was we did park cleanups. We had people, volunteers do park cleanups, community projects, like putting together sanitary health packets that we provided to the Women and Children's Center of the Sierra, and also we also gathered diapers for Baby's Bounty. Other programs we've done, we have a number of outreach programs. I could go through a number of them that we support. The Jewish Film Festival that just recently happened, Boys and Girls Club of Truckee Meadows, Sarah Senior Services, Reno PBS, the Governor's Advisory Council on education relating to the Holocaust. Our signature event is coming up on September 15th. for our 4th year. It's called Milk and Honey. It's a cultural festival. It's held at the McKinley Arts over on Riverside Drive. I really want to encourage all of you to attend. It's a wonderful day. Food, music, art, and just a gathering of people who all want to be in one place celebrating the culture of Judaism and finding out more. It's an educational program on top of everything else to help people understand more about the Jewish religion and the Jewish people. So thank you again. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Blake Vanderwell, followed by Michelle Hohen.
Good morning, Commissioners. For those of you who know me, and those of you who don't, for the record, my name is Blake Vanderwell. I'm the Executive Director of Senior Rescue. I'd like to start by thanking Commissioner Mike Clark for his generous donation to our organization. A little bit about Senior Rescue. It is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that provides rental assistance to our Washoe County seniors and senior veterans who have received rent increases in the last 12 months. We will assist in paying that increase for up to 12 months as long as they still reside there. During that time, we also will be referring to other services such as Opportunity Alliance, who is here in attendance today, Join Job Opportunities in Nevada for those seniors wishing to reenter the workforce, Washoe County Services, Catholic Charities, AARP, and the list goes on and on for more organizations that we can hook them into to provide more sustainable solutions. This time will also allow them sufficient time to find a more affordable place to reside if they choose. Seniors and senior veterans are facing a difficult time in Washoe County with rising rents and need to know there are organizations like this one they may not be aware of or know they qualify for. For example, we go up to 80% of Washoe County AMI for a one-person household, which is up to $56,700 per income per year. There's a lot of seniors that aren't aware that they make under that. Seniors can qualify for our program up to that income limit. A majority of clients being helped now are at 50 and below, which is $35,450 a year for one-person household. Programs like this one need to become more sustainable in our area. I cannot understate the value of these programs to our seniors. Even as little as $40 a month can change a senior's life. Senior Rescue cannot help our seniors alone. It will take the whole community. I urge all the commissioners to consider Senior Rescue when determining where your donations will go when you receive your next discretionary funds after July 1st. I would like to thank my board president, Marcy Coopersmith, Vice President Andrea Pelto, Treasurer Jesse Coulter, and Honor Jones. I would especially like to thank Mark Campbell of Southwestern Investment Group and Dandini Spectrum, without whose encouragement, concern for our seniors, and initial funding, none of this would be possible. Again, thank you to Commissioner Clark.
Thank you.
Michelle Hohen, followed by Scott Finley.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. Michelle Hohen with the Northern Nevada Members Assistance Program Emergency Food Pantry. We are a 501c3 under the Central Labor Council and sponsored in part by the Building and Construction Trades. I wish to thank Commissioner Mike Clark for his recent donation, as well as Commissioner Hill for her support. When we want to work in public service, the most basic way to start that is with serving the public. And our most basic need, just past the air that we breathe, is the food that nurtures our body. And in our community, food insecurity is an unfortunate truth. Our member assistance program, Emergency Food Pantry, serves without eligibility requirements, without an ID. All you need is a name, a birthday, and a Washoe County address. And you can come into the pantry, pick up a little basket, and shop just like it was a market. I cannot express to you the gratitude that is felt by the people who come in and access our services. I can tell you a little story that'll help share that. We recently had a woman come in, and she came in, filled out our very simple little form so that we can count numbers, not names. And she said, what do I do now? And I said, just grab a little basket, go around and shop just like you would at the market, and take what you need. If there's a limit on something, it'll say so, but please help yourself. And she looked at me and she said, really? I get to just pick what I want? I said, of course. And she said, you have no idea the gift you have given me right now. She said, I'm in a place in my life. I've made some bad decisions. I've just come out of an abusive relationship. Today, you have given me the gift that I have dreamed of, and that is for tonight, at least tonight, I get to choose what I make my children for dinner. As a mom, seeing this woman now with tears and a little empty shopping basket in the hope that she could go around and choose some fresh produce and a few canned goods and maybe a box of mac and cheese, what do you say to that? Since our opening in August, we have distributed 101,513 pounds of food to 4,638 households. And we've done that with your support, with the support of some of the folks in this room, and a very, very generous Food Bank of Northern Nevada.
Thank you.
Scott Finley.
One for each of the commissioners and one for the record. Please enter my comment and these documents into the record pursuant to NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I am a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the United States Air Force. The Board of County Commissioners must reject the proposed amendment to the Audit Committee Charter in its current form. The proposed charter seeks to mandate that public members of the Audit Committee are a financial expert with at least a bachelor's degree in accounting, finance, or a closely related field, and at least 4 years of accounting audit experience or an equivalent combination of training and experience. On June 13th, Internal Audit Manager Caitlin Kledosti stated that the reason she proposed this requirement in the charter is because she herself has a bachelor's degree. However, Ms. Kledosti has both a Bachelor's of Science in Accounting and a Master of Accountancy. Why stop at a bachelor's degree when an even higher standard could be established by requiring a master's degree? The pool of people who submitted an application include Audrey Keller, Sabrina Grennett, and myself. That's only 3 applicants out of a county with over 500,000 people who have expressed an interest in volunteering to serve their community. What is the intent behind making it more difficult for volunteers to serve their community? To make matters worse, Ms. Kledosti notified me that my qualifications and experience do not meet the specific criteria being sought for this particular appointment and refuses to include my application among the pool of applicants for when the Audit Committee will be voting to make a recommendation to this commission. Sabrina Grennett has a master's degree, Audrey Keller has a bachelor's degree, and I have an associate's degree. All 3 of us have a background with at least 4 years of accounting audit experience or an equivalent combination of training and experience. One can deduce that Audrey Keller is Ms. Kledosti's desired applicant as she seeks to pre-select the appointee. As I served in the financial management and comptroller field of the United States Air Force, it would be helpful if Ms. Kledosti explained to this commission as to why she feels my military experience is worthless and why she finds it necessary to discriminate against the military veteran. The proposed charter should remove the bachelor's degree language, only requiring public members have at least 4 years of accounting audit experience or an equivalent combination of training and experience. In addition, the charter should require that public member applicants must have maintained a minimum of 4 years of residency in Washoe County. For these reasons, the Board of County Commissioners must reject the proposed amendment to the Audit Committee Charter in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in for the consent items.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a motion and a second. The consent minus 8E1 and 8E2. Any questions from the board on that? Yes, Vice Chair Herman. 8D1. Okay, and who made the motion? I'm so sorry. Okay, are you amenable to changing or adding that
Yes,
to your
thank you.
motion? Okay, so adding 8D1. And Commissioner Garcia, I think you were the second. Are you amenable? Okay. With the motion revised to remove also 8D1, I am looking, any questions on the new motion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that passes unanimously.
It passed unanimously. I
Okay.
don't know what's wrong with this.
It's all good. Everything's kind of slower today. So we'll then move to 8D1. Vice Chair Herman pulled that item.
In consideration of what we just heard, I'd like to bring this back after we have a chance to discuss this with the audit board.
Okay, my understanding is that we've already approved the code and that this is going into the ordinance. I don't know, DA Canderas, didn't we do first and second reading on all of this before?
Madam Chair, you've already changed or accepted the amendments to the audit code. This is, I believe, I would call it a more specific document that will be incorporated into the code. So I believe you can consider it
Okay.
separately.
Okay, so you'd like to bring this back to the committee?
Right.
Okay. All right, any other board members have questions or comments on that? Commissioner Andriola?
The only item that I saw that wasn't readily clear is the term that the chair serves. There wasn't, at least anything that I saw, there was designation and language of responsibilities, but not a term that I saw anyway.
Okay, so.
So if we're going to go for clarification, if it does end up going
two
back.
items,
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
Any other commissioners have comments or questions on that? So do we need to make a formal motion on this, DA Canderas, if we send it back?
You are entitled to obviously move something from the agenda, but I think if you're going to ask for it to be continued, I would do it as a separate motion.
Okay.
Thanks.
Then is there any, well, we've already taken public comment, so Vice Chair Herman, would you like to make a motion to continue?
I make a motion that we continue this.
Okay, looking for a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any questions on the motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously from what I heard. So then we will move to item 8E1. And this was pulled by several members. And so I'm looking, we also have public comment on this item. Do board members want to chat about this before we bring up public comment? Do you want a presentation from the staff? I'm not seeing anyone does, so we will do public comment and then, yes?
Madam Chair, are you going to consider these together? Are you combining these two items?
No, we're
or-
just doing 8E1.
Okay, sorry.
Yes. We'll start with 8E1 and then we'll go to 8E2 next. Sorry for any confusion on that. So Madam Clerk, if you'll help us with public comment.
Public comment on 8E1, we have Jeffrey Nell, followed by Joni Hammond.
Hi, I'm Jeff Nell. I'm with Nevada Mass Resistance to fight the LGBTQ agenda. Ms. Alexis, you weren't here in the beginning when I spoke in public comment. You want to understand, Al Rogers, he put himself in a position where he wants to follow the communist agenda to push the LGBTQ. He hired the director, where he strongly recommended the director. Now, I live here in the state, and I've been to Henderson to fight the LGBTQ Drag Queen Story Hour. And I asked if I could preach, I can talk about the Bible, the stories and the word, and I was told no. Now, how does it affect Washoe County? It's a decision, this is a political move. I want to encourage you to do not hire him. Do not put him in reposition again until the successor is to bring someone forth who does not follow a political philosophy and ideology. You know, the library is supposed to be in the do-we-do system, okay? We got internet and stuff, but not be pushing political agendas. In my county, Churchill County, I defeated the Drag Queen Story Hour from coming because it's nothing but political. The communist goals in a book written by Cleon Skozin called The Naked Communist says to present homosexuality, degeneracy, and promiscuity as natural and healthy. Now, talking to the people who've been to library boards, they identified him. He does not listen to the community. Al Rogers is okay with pornography in the libraries, and he refuses to take steps to do what is right for the kids or the community or of our libraries. In contrast to the Library Board of Trustees, like Janet Jacks and Lee Mosier and Ed Silver, Rogers does not respond to our calls or emails. He has been combative and disruptive with the members of the library board as well. He listens to angry, abusive activists who don't live in the county, while ignoring the needs of actual constituents, the men and women who pay their taxes for Washoe County Public. Do not hire him. Even though I don't live in this county, I travel this state to fight the LGBTQ political agenda. In 1987, in the Acts of Congress, tells you this is what be in your libraries and so forth. So do not let him come in. Find somebody who does not follow their political philosophies and ideology. Thank you.
Joni Hammond, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Good afternoon. I'm Joni Hammond. I'm requesting that you look at the representation on the library board. I live in District 4, and District 4 does not have a library board trustee. Please do not reappoint Al Rogers. Please consider other applicants, especially from District 4, as we have better representation from all our districts. NRS 379.022 subsection 1 states, the Board of County Commissioners shall appoint 5 competent persons who are residents of the county library district to serve as district library trustees. While it does not explicitly state that one trustee must come from each district, it does imply equal representation from each district. Please review the existing applicant list and select someone from District 4.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Sandy Tibbett.
I want to thank Commissioner Andriola for pulling this. I really appreciate that, giving us the opportunity to speak on each individual item. And I have spoken here before, and I think I've made you guys aware that Mr. Scott was down in, 9 years ago, was down in Berkeley and got kicked out because he was burning books and other things. And now he's been up here for 9 years. I think Mr. Scott needs a new job, like maybe in Illinois or somewhere like that. Are they looking for library board directors? He's been here a long time. I think we need to replace him.
Let's not do personal tax. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the library appointment, please.
Okay, well, Mr. Rogers has proven himself. I thought he was just some kind of a blank bureaucrat, but he's not. He's definitely on the other side. And then Mrs. Ruff, that you guys appointed, she is a radical on the left. And the libraries really don't have representation for the county. They don't. I mean, they are a hostile environment for me to walk into. They're all fully LGBT, fully staffed with LGBs. It's not equal. I mean, there may be 10% of the population, and they're 100% of the, the people there. And there's a lot of very qualified candidates, people that want to be on the board. I mean, Mr. Rogers is just one of these bureaucrat guys that runs around from one office to another. We need to get some.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. I appreciate you pulling this item. First, I'll start out with reading some text. April 7th, 2023, this is between Al Rogers and Commissioner Hill. Hi, Alexis. Sent an email last week, but forgot to include discussion with you about library board appointment. So this is before he's appointed, right? April 2023. I know you've seen it. Hopefully you've all read my email with the attachments. Appointment. Have my name in, but checking with you if you already have someone, a D1 individual, already in mind. Wow. She's already had who she wanted for the appointment from her district. I would need you, that's Hill, I would need you, Mary Luz, and now Clara. Others are not fans. He's speaking about you, Commissioner Clark, and you, Commissioner Herman. Wow. Thanks in advance. Al Rogers. OMG, I'd love to have you on the library board. I'm also looking into the road, and we'll get back to you. You must have been driving and texting, huh? All good, and thank you, Alexis. Have become more than a little concerned about libraries after watching recent Central Committee meetings, CC meetings, dialogue. I know Clara, but have not met Mary Luce. Any insight on them? Oh, they're both wonderful. I'd email them and let them know who you are and why you are interested. So, question, was this how Tammy Ruff was appointed? Exactly this way? All the collusion, backdoor meetings kind of thing? So shady. You can't be trusted. So here's an email between Jeff Scott and Al Rogers. Good morning, Trustee Rogers. I wanted to let you know our policy team will be meeting in February to go over existing policies. Would you be willing to meet with Corinne, Stacy, and myself after that meeting to go over findings? Was he inviting the rest of the library board to these meetings? Was any of that information shared with the library board, with the rest of the trustees? This needs to be open to the public. He can reapply. He can prove what he has done for our community to unite it, because he hasn't. Let's see. I hope we can add a strong and positive and an empathetic trustee today. I am very concerned as the LBOT has not met since January, and the chair, who he's trying to get rid of, total disdain for her. It's obvious. And again, no excuse because it's canceled. The chair can do what she wants. As you can tell, right? You can confirm that, right?
Alan Munson.
Name's Alan Munson, and I hadn't planned on speaking, but this is a really important concern that you not appoint Al Rogers to the board, and that you please select someone from District 4. Or I also know that Roger Edwards, who's District 5, is also a good person who would reflect our concerns, citizens. We don't, myself, and I speak to a lot of my neighbors who can't be here because they're working, but they're concerned that they don't want to see the drag queen story hour continue. It could go some other place. And this fellow here spoke about, having some Bible stories taught to kids. And just for this concern, Bible really talks about loving and caring people, and also being, following and understanding what sin is. And I think that Drag Queen Story Hour kind of supports sin. Now, you may not agree with me on that, but think about it. And it is, as a citizen of Washoe County, I do not like seeing my tax dollars, and all my neighbors that I speak to don't really want their tax dollars spent in this form from our public libraries. So I hope that you hear what I'm saying and take it into account. And just appoint somebody who would hear our concerns. I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'm looking to the board. Vice Chair Herman?
I'd like to make a motion to have this followed up with an application from people, advertise this position is open, like we normally do, and then have a choice after people have applied for the position. Like, we've always done it that way, and I just don't understand why this is on the agenda this way.
The commission policy is when you have a reappointment, that's the only name that's given. If the commission chooses to not reappoint, so it sounds like you're trying to make a motion to not reappoint Mr. Rogers, correct?
Correct.
To the, okay, position. All right. I'm looking for any other discussion from the board on this item.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Andriola.
May I have a moment since I pulled the item, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I pulled the item because I absolutely concur. Procedurally, it has been standard practice to have reappointment be considered, and then that obviously takes its course, and if the reappointment goes forward, it goes forward. If not, then it would go for an opportunity for the applications to be considered again, and then, go through the process. So just to make sure everyone understands that's procedurally how it works. The reason I pulled it is because if we back up and look at this for a moment, there are several items. One, the vacant position that Mr. Rogers occupied with that appointment was essentially the beginning of various appointments that occurred throughout the library board. The way that it has fallen or transpired is that we have essentially 4 representatives from District 1 and 1 from District 3. So it's not only District 4, although I would like to go on the record, all of my nominations for eligible first is also many, if not 99 or 100, I'd have to look at all of them, have always been District 4. We're all submitting a name forward. If that name doesn't go through, then it doesn't go through. But the fact is that we have 3 districts out of 5 districts that aren't represented. And the way that I really professionally feel that there's an opportunity to have Mr. Rogers apply and to open it up. The first library board had approximately 50 applicants. The second had about 90, give or take. And again, I went through my process, and I don't remember every single person, but I can tell you District 4 was represented. And so I don't think that the very first thing that anyone should be doing is thinking about just the district. I think eligibility is important, qualifications, the balance of the board, following statute as written, gives the commission the authority to appoint trustees and to have a representation of the entire county. So it's from that premise that I'm putting this item, pulled it from the consent for discussion, for consideration, And I too, I was prepared to make the motion, but the vice chair did, in terms of having it go back for not only the applicants that were previously considered in terms of that, didn't receive the appointment if they so desire, but also open it up, including Mr. Rogers, for him to have that opportunity. Because as I'm going to state one more time, there really, the implication of collusion is a very serious implication. And if there was, then District 4 would be represented, and that's not how any of us roll. I mean, we do not have separate meetings. We do not have walking quorums. It's illegal for us to do that. So we all take a responsibility to represent the item at hand, and when it comes to the appointments for libraries or any other boards, is looking at what the board makeup is, looking at what the requirements are, looking at what is the most qualified applicant for consideration, and putting those names forward. So I, too, would like to have this go back out, encourage Mr. Rogers to apply if he'd like to do that, and to have this come back before us. So if that's a second,
Excuse me,
I guess
yes.
that'd be a second.
Point of order here. The only issue before the board right now is the appointment of Al Rogers, so
Very
that
good.
would be an A or a nay.
Okay.
The staff will, in the event it's a nay, the staff will do their regular process of sending it out, and then they will bring it back to you. So you don't need to make a motion.
Perfect.
About doing all that. Just A or nay on the question presented.
But the vice chair's motion is to not appoint, so yes, just to be clear on what is on the record, and you are the second, Commissioner Andriola. I will not be supporting that motion. I want to see consistency on the library board. There's been a lot of turnover. Al Rogers has a lot of familiarity with the Washoe County system, and I agree. I give any opportunity to anyone who wants to reach out to me for an appointment. I tell them, reach out to the commissioners, and that's exactly what was read on the record, so I'm glad that was clearly stated. But I think that everyone needs to be treated equally in this county, and I do my best to do that. So I will not be supporting that motion. Commissioner Clark, do you have anything?
Yes, I thank you, Madam Chair. I support the Vice Chair's position, and I support my colleague, Ms. Andriola's position as well. I'm a long advocate of having fresh ideas and new people on board. And I want to thank Mr. Rogers for his work so far, but I think with the large number of folks that want to come forward and share their ideas, it's only right of the county to open this up and let others apply. And let's pick somebody who hasn't had a chance yet and see if they can bring a little peace and calm to the library board. Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Rogers, thank you so much for your service. This is a difficult time to be on the Library Commission, and it's important work, and I really appreciate your efforts. I've seen you in action in meetings. I've seen you conduct yourself. I've read your merits and your experiences. I think you're absolutely more than qualified. I think you've proven yourself to be a well-rounded, person who communicates well, regardless of the polarization of this issue, and I just really commend you for that. It's disheartening to me, on a personal note, that the folks that often speak out against these appointments are often saying that they don't want this to be a political issue and that they don't want this to be a polarizing fact, but that's exactly what ends up happening. And I'm just gonna call it the way it is. And I remember I'm having flashbacks from last year where we had an agenda item to retroactively approve a library shelf or some purchase of that nature. And it became a 2-hour ordeal, and it became, LGBTQ plus hate story hour. That's what public comment feels like sometimes in here. And, it's very lopsided what is said in these chambers. I don't think it's reflective of what our community stands and represents. It's unfortunate that we have this system, this library system that operates so beautifully and provides so much opportunity and inclusivity for so many different populations in our community, and it is just completely attacked and misrepresented here in these chambers. And obviously, I'm just one vote on this commission, and I'm just really saddened by what I continually hear. Now it's year after year. This isn't really about representation of districts. If it were, we would be more cognizant of maybe some racially or ethnically diverse candidates that have come before us in the past. This isn't about representation. This is the polarization of our library system.
Okay, so we have a motion not to appoint Mr. Rogers from Vice Chair Herman and a second by Commissioner Andriola. Any questions on the motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, please say nay. Nay. And waiting for folks to get on the screen. Madam Clerk, can you read that to me because it's not coming up?
3 ayes, 2 nays.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Rogers, thank you for your service, and we really appreciate all the time and work that you put onto the library board. Okay, we'll now move on to item 8E2. Mr. Manager, if you don't mind reading this into the record so people know where we're at.
Sure. Item
you.
8E2 is a discussion and possible adoption of Resolution R24-62 designated as the Renew Washoe Libraries Resolution, and thereby approve the submittal of a question to the registered voters of Washoe County at the general election on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, concerning the imposition and effective date of a renewal of certain taxes for the purpose of acquiring, constructing, improving, equipping, operating, and maintaining library facilities for Washoe County.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Andriola, did you want a staff presentation on this item, or did you have specific questions?
I just have a question for clarification, and I pulled it specifically because I think there might be some misunderstanding, at least it seems or appears that there are. And so my question is to Ms. Canderas. The item before us on 8E2, which is the item we're on, is really not to approve a tax, if you want to call it that, or approve. It's really to approve procedurally as the statute was written. There was going to be a sunset, and the sunset then allows for a question, so the registered voters of Washoe County will decide. It's actually essentially, I'm going to call it, I don't know if it's appropriate to call it a ballot question, but it's really a submittal of a question, right, to the registered voters that would be on the, decided at the general election on Tuesday, November 5th of 2024. And so it's the resolution, the Renew Washoe Libraries resolution that would then go before as a question to voters who would decide. Just making sure I understand that correctly.
You are correct, Commissioner Andriola. What this does is it's the approval of a resolution that allows a submittal of a question to all of the registered voters regarding this tax for the library, which I believe is 2% of every $100 of assessed value. So essentially, you're just approving the resolution, which is in your power pursuant to NRS 295, to put it on the ballot. And then, like I said, in the general election, voters would decide if they want the tax.
Thank you for the clarification. I just want to go on the record that I am going to support this. I feel that registered voters should make the decision, and I, again, thank you for the opportunity to pull this item and just clarify it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Herman, you also wanted to pull this item. Did you have additional questions before I go to public comment?
I will be voting against it.
Okay. Okay. Any other board members before I hand it over to Madam Clerk? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Cliff Nellis.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I am against this and would like to ask you to deny this for several reasons. First of all, is our property tax is intended to pay for the libraries. So why do we need more taxes, right? I see all these people come up and, you know, contributions to the toys, and those are legitimate things, and I think they're great. So we are flush with money that we need to spend, right? So why don't we have money to spend on the libraries? Why do we need an additional tax? I would suggest in the future, when you have these charities come forward, that they be required to show they raised matching funds or a certain amount and then to match that. Because really, charities should get their money from the people. That's how the people vote. There's no people here, there's just commissioners, right? You are people too. But if the people don't support it, then how come you're the only place to get the money from, right? So I just kind of a comment on in the future. And I understand people are broke because we're overtaxed, taxed to death. They don't have much money. So I think it's okay for the county to match or maybe even double match the funds. Our federal government is overspending. The income they take in taxes by $1 trillion every 3 months. Do you guys know what that is?
Mr. Nerlis,
That-
if you can bring it back to the item.
Well, that's the item. That is a tax. That is a tax called inflation. Inflation is a tax. It causes inflation, and we are really overtaxed. We don't need this on the ballot. People, you know, they vote emotionally. And then they're going to say, oh, yeah, it's only another $50 a month, a year, you know, on my property tax or something. And, yeah, we got to support libraries. Well, you guys know better than that, don't you? We get property taxes to support the libraries. So just some of that extra money, just if they need it, send it over to them. But we don't need to put this on the ballot. And to be honest, I don't really trust our voting system. You know, I don't really trust it's an honest vote. So if it gets on there, it's going to be approved. I mean, so that's where I stand. I mean, look at the ranked choice voting thing. 70% of Democrats were against it, and 90% of Republicans, and it still passed. How did that happen? Okay, so just my opinion. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Unless there's any additional discussion by the board, I am looking for a motion on this item.
I move to approve as submitted.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
And I think that was a 3-2.
It was 3-2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, here's what I'd like to do before we break for lunch. If we could try a motion on our block, and then we'll come back for the rest of the items. So I look to Vice Chair Herman and on the block vote.
I will make a motion to accept the block vote.
I'll
Do you want-
second.
Okay, and we probably should list it for the record. Do you mind listing it, Vice Chair Herman, or would you like me to do that?
As the consent agenda?
Block vote?
As the block vote? Oh, that one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I wasn't thinking, I was thinking about something else.
No worries, no worries.
Okay, the block vote. There's, it's 9, 10, 11, 13.
No
4
13, sorry.
Oh, that's right.
We removed that,
that's
yes.
off.
Mhm.
And 21 was off too?
20.
20, okay.
Yes.
All right, okay, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, did you get that block vote?
I did, but just
Okay.
for the record, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, and 24.
Yes, ma'am. And I have a second by Commissioner Andriola. And I'm looking for public comment on any of those items.
Public comment on, let's see. We do not have any public comment on any of those items.
Okay. With a motion and a second, we've taken public comment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
That was a 4-1.
Okay, thank you. And so we will begin again with item 16 when we come back from lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. Thank you, everyone. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I will call this County Commissioners meeting back to order. It is 1:30, and we will be starting with item number 16, Mr. Manager.
Excuse me. Item 16 is a recommendation to approve pursuant to NRS 278.040 the appointment of one applicant to the Washoe County Planning Commission representing at-large south of the Truckee River. Generally includes all areas of unincorporated Washoe County south of the Truckee River and includes Incline Village and Crystal Bay. To fill a term beginning July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2028, or until such time as the member no longer serves on the Planning Commission as a successor is appointed, whichever occurs first. Eligible applicants include James I. Barnes, Philip C. Gillenfarr, Thomas Kiefer, Arthur O'Connor, and Robert D. Parker.
Thank you very much. And I think, I'm looking for Ms. Wilson. I think we were going to do this via... Oh, wonderful. Then I'd like to ask the board to do your top 3 candidates, and then let's see how it shakes out from there. And thank you, Madam Clerk, for helping us with the ballots. Oh, I apologize. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. Yes, may I have public comment, Madam Clerk?
First up, we have Thomas Kiefer, followed by Jim Barnes.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Kiefer. Thank you for your time and attention this afternoon. I'm seeking nomination or appointment to the Planning Commission for the at-large District 1 for this upcoming election here. And I'd like to highlight two elements of my background and experience for you, which I believe qualify me for this commission, the Planning Commission. One is, I truly care about our community, Washoe County. I only moved here about 4 years ago, but it's truly my home. I love the community, the people, the land, our resources, our governance here. It all works so well, and I truly want to give back. As an example of that, I've made Collin Ranch my home, and an example of giving back to the community, I serve as a board member on the Collin Ranch Homeowners Association. One of the things that inspired me to join the board there is how well the community is laid out from a planning perspective. And it's I believe, an excellent example of responsible real estate development here in Reno.
No, it was in 12.
I also have a young family, a young daughter who's 2 and 1 on the way. And this being our home, I want to take care of Washoe County. I want us to develop the county in a safe, smart, responsible manner for future generations. Another point I'd like to make, which I believe differentiates me from the other candidates and qualifies me, is the fact that I'm a real estate developer. I believe if I sit on the Planning Commission, I will be able to really understand and assess the desires, the needs, the interests of applicants coming before the Planning Commission, and I'll be able to decipher when those interests align or may not align with the county's interests. I have a lot of experience throughout all stages of real estate development, design, planning, tentative and final maps, construction, leasing, and operations as well. And throughout that process, I've worked with numerous, pretty much every agency here in Washoe County. The city, Washoe County, the state, the fire department, fire marshal, RTC Washoe, and Tumwa and Energy. I have good relations with all of them and would like to use those for the benefit of the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Barnes,
Yes, thank you.
you are up for comment. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm late. I met my wife for lunch and we got hung up, so I'm sorry about that. I'm Jim Barnes. I really appreciate you giving me the chance to address you. I think you've looked at my application and my resume, and I've basically worked with the Planning Commission for about 30 years, starting out as the attorney for about 7 years, and then I was a commissioner for 8 years. And then I've also been working with the Envision Washoe project since I left the commission 4 years ago. And I think the main thing about that is that I've learned what the proper role of a commissioner should be. And I think it comes down to being fair and balanced to everybody, to all the different interests, not trying to favor developers or citizens or be an activist or anything else. I think it's really trying to give every interest a proper hearing and proper consideration. If I was given the chance to be reappointed for another term, I would try to do that. I think I learned a lot in the 30-some years I've worked with the Planning Commission, and I think I could put that to use doing a good job on the commission if I'm appointed again. I've worked very well with the county staff over the years. I go way back with heads of planning department, and I think that's primarily what I wanted to say. I submitted some public comment, and I've filled out the application, and I guess if you had any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them, but I think that pretty much covers my position.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Art O'Connor?
I'm Art O'Connor, and I thought you guys would probably call all four of us up one after another, but it looks like I had to fill out a comment card to talk. I'm been a resident of the county since 1971. I'm a licensed civil engineer and a land surveyor, and I previously have served on the Citizens Advisory Board for Washoe County, so I have experience on the boards. I spent 2 terms on there. That was the limit that was allowed at the time. I am familiar with all 1,100 pages of the development code, and I have talked to Trevor about fixing some of the development code, but that's the reason I would like to serve on the Planning Commission. I want to help the county. I do CERT now, Community Emergency Response Team, and I'll be working the rodeo if you guys are going to the rodeo. Look for the guy in the orange vest with a white hat on. Good guys wear white hats. So I think I can help the county out, use my knowledge of the planning process and everything else to analyze projects with respect to the requirements of the development code and do a good job for the county and help serve the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay. Then with that, there's Ms. Wilson.
Alrighty. Hi, Alexandra Wilson for the record. Before you have 5 candidates for the Planning Commission South of the River appointment. The clerk will pass out the ballot sheet where you'll select your top candidate. We also have additional rounds, I believe up to 3, if we can't come to a consensus after the first one.
So do you just want us to put down 1, or do you want us to put our top 3?
Just your top 1.
Just 1. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Clark voted for James Barnes. Commissioner Andriola, James Barnes. Chair Hill, Philip Gillenfarb. Commissioner Garcia, Thomas Kiefer. And Commissioner Herman, James Barnes. That's 3 for James Barnes.
Okay, well, I am looking for a motion on that.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia, any questions on James Barnes as the nominee? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. We look forward to having you on the board. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to item 25, and I look to Madam Clerk on this item.
Okay. If introduced, this will be Bill number 1916, an ordinance pursuant to Nevada Revised Statutes 278.0201 through 278.0207, approving a development agreement between Washoe County and Mesa View Reno LLC for Sun Mesa, a residential subdivision. Tentative subdivision map, case number TM 04-001. The purpose of the development agreement is to extend the deadline for recording the next final map from April 28th, 2024 to April 28th, 2025, and to adopt amended conditions of approval, WAC 24-0005. The project is located along the eastern terminus of Sun Valley Drive and Rising Ridge Drive in Sun Valley. The project encompasses a total of approximately 29.84 acres, and the total number of residential lots allowed by the approved tentative map is 207, with 149 lots recorded and 58 lots remaining to be recorded. The parcel is located within the Sun Valley Planning Area and Washoe County Commission District Number 3. It's APN number 504-46003.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And it looks like we have a staff presentation. Would the board like to see a presentation on this item? Yes. Okay. Yes, then go ahead.
Thank you. Tim Evans, planner. Okay, so it looks like it's on the screen over here. So the project before you today is a development agreement specifically for the Sun Mesa tentative subdivision map, specifically case number WTM 04-001. So the development agreement itself is between Washoe County and Mesa View Reno LLC for the Sun Mesa subdivision, as mentioned earlier. So the purpose of this development agreement is actually to extend the deadline for recording the first final map from April 28th, 2024 to April 28th, 2025. So as you can see on the screen, the entire subdivision itself, the whole 200-plus lots are highlighted. The actual portion that this development agreement would be applicable to is the portion that is that larger parcel towards the bottom right of the screen. So everything to the northwest of that, on that screen that's highlighted, that's already all been recorded. So it would just be the remaining phases for that bigger chunk towards the bottom right of that screen, if you can see it there. Okay, so the subdivision was originally approved in 2004 for 207 lots, and the development agreement itself will allow the recording of the last remaining 58 lots. And the applicant has submitted the final map on December 11th, 2023, and due to various reasons, one specifically being in relation to additional requirements for the last two phases. There's Phase 3 and Phase 4 being combined as required by the Sun Valley General Improvement District. So in order for them to actually work on the infrastructure and things like that, this is why they're asking for that additional year timeline to record the next final map. So here on the screen is a zoomed-in view of the actual lots that have already been recorded, the 140-plus lots that have been recorded. And here's the remaining portion, a zoomed-in view, that will be recorded with these next final map, or the next final map. The remaining 58 lots is what's shown here. So as part of this, the processing of this development agreement, or the proposed development agreement, it was sent to engineering for review, and they recommended a total of 7 conditions be amended as a result of the review. And specifically, it's just to ensure conformance with Washoe County Code. They also requested that an additional condition be added, specifically in relation to an operations and maintenance manual for this subdivision. So okay. So all the findings were able to be made. Unfortunately, I think somehow it got, the old PowerPoint is up there, but nevertheless, so staff was able to make all 4 findings in relation to the development agreement as set forth on pages 3 and 4 of the staff report that you have. And the motion can be found on page 4 of the staff report as well.
Thank you very much. Any questions for staff? I'm not seeing any. Then any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There's none.
Okay, then I am looking for someone to read this into the record, please. A motion. What is the 1916.
1915?
16.
1916. So I'll move to introduce Bill number 1916 and set the public hearing and second reading of the ordinance for possible adoption during the meeting of July 16th of 2024.
Thank you very much. All right, now we will move to item 26. Madam Clerk.
This will be Bill number 1917, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Development Code, by modifying various sections in Division 2, Area Plan Regulations, Division 4, Development Standards, and Division 9, General Provisions, in order to update regulations related to allowed residential uses in the Spanish Springs planning area, maximum height restrictions in the Sun Valley planning area, multifamily parking, minimums, bike parking, turf requirements, common and private open space, and definitions. These updates include deleting a section and subsection limiting structures in the Sun Valley planning area to 2 stories in height, and modifying various sections to remove Table C1, which modifies allowed residential uses in the Spanish Springs planning area, update minimum off-street parking space requirements for multifamily housing, update requirements for bicycle storage by parking spaces, by adding design standards for short and long-term bicycle storage, by adding design requirements for bicycle racks, and by removing figure 110.410.15.2, which shows bicycle parking space dimensions, remove the requirement to provide turf areas in multifamily developments of a minimum of 50% of the required landscaping area, modify minimum size and dimension requirements for private open space in multifamily developments, add standards for turf areas provided as common open space for multifamily developments, and add definitions for short and long-term bicycle parking and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Cat Oakley, Washoe County Planning. So this is the second set of affordable housing related amendments that will be coming before you. It's WDCA 24-0002. And what this set of amendments focuses on is lowering barriers to diverse types of housing in the development code. So the first set you saw, you may recall earlier this year, was focused on accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. So now we're looking at the existing barriers in the code to other types of housing. The amendments go through 7 different code areas, but they're all united by that quality of being a barrier, and so we're going to go through each of them in turn. First, some background. I know you've seen these numbers before, but just to emphasize, housing affordability and attainability are identified priorities and issues in Washoe County, in our master plan and in other documents. The statistics here just demonstrate the magnitude of the issue,
Between 2010 and 2022, there's been a 145% increase in median home value and a 58% increase in median household income in the same time period. So a big difference between those two numbers. Additionally, the Washoe County consensus forecast anticipates that the unincorporated county will have to absorb and create 6,840 dwelling units through 2042 to accommodate population growth, and that's in addition to the existing shortfall we have of over 7,000 affordable, specifically affordable units as identified in the Truckee Meadows Regional Strategy for Housing Affordability in 2019. Additionally, the National Association of Home Builders / Wells Fargo Cost of Housing Index shows that 50% of a typical family's income in this area is needed for a mortgage payment. Over 30% is what is considered cost burdened, so 50% is what we're looking at in this region. And for low-income families, that's 100% of the household income needed for a mortgage payment. These numbers show that of the communities that this index has considered, Reno is the 10th most burdened housing market in the nation. What the graphs on the right-hand part of the slide show is those similar statistics, but for renters. So we see a trend upwards for renters spending 30% or more of their household income on rent, so our cost-burdened renters in this area. That number almost at 50% right now. And then you can see below that a breakdown by age, which shows that every age group is over 40% of households being cost burdened. So it's a problem across the board, but you can see that it's especially an issue for our younger folks in Washoe County and then for our seniors. So affordable housing really touches every group in Washoe County. Like I said, this package focuses on existing barriers. It goes throughout 6 articles of the Development Code. And many of the codes proposed to be amended haven't actually been updated since the 1990s. So it is overdue. And the changes proposed, just as a disclaimer, are not applicable in the Tahoe planning area, which has its own specific section of code in the 220s. So starting with the planning area modifiers to go through the specific changes. In Article 216, Spanish Springs area, we're proposing to remove Table C1, which modifies allowed residential uses. So right now, that table requires a special use permit for detached ADUs, as well as having some other additional restrictions on different housing types. And so by removing this table, the area would be brought in alignment with how residential uses are allowed in the rest of the county and remove that barrier, particularly to ADUs, which we just addressed on a county-wide level in the last set of housing amendments. Secondly, in Article 218, there's a proposal to remove an existing 2-story height limit in Sun Valley. This appears in 2 parts of that article, first in 218.20, and then also in subsection 218.45F, which is applicable to the downtown Sun Valley area. That second part of code was identified after the Planning Commission meeting, but is necessary to modify to meet this intent of removing the 2-story height limit throughout Sun Valley, so it's added into the ordinance that you all are looking at today. What I want to emphasize about this change is that every regulatory zone in Washoe County has a maximum height limit. Those height limits have been applicable and will continue to be applicable if this 2-story height limit is removed. And additionally, that there are no changes made to zoning or to multifamily allowances in Sun Valley. I say that particularly because we heard some concern in the community about the removal of that 2-story height limit throughout this process. And so when you all are discussing that later, we do have some alternatives prepared if you would like to hear them at that point. Moving on to parking and loading. These standards are one of those that haven't been updated since 1993. And they are relatively high, and that's based on research both at a regional and a national level that we did in preparing these amendments. So the proposal is intended to reduce the overall required number of parking spaces for multifamily to make it more reasonable, and then to lower that cost of development that is hidden in parking. You know, the cost of the land, the construction, the maintenance over time, all those costs can add up and are often incorporated or hidden in the rents that people pay. So reducing parking requirements can really help. The proposed numbers that we have are high compared to Reno and Sparks, which generally require 1 parking space per dwelling unit in a multifamily complex, but are about middle of the road looking nationally. So the table there shows the change from current to proposed. Basically, we've got a bit of a reduction on the lower end for our 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom units, and then either the same or a little bit higher for 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom units. And then also a reduction in covered parking, which again can be a significant cost that increases barriers to developing multifamily housing. To make sure these numbers were reasonable and were serving the community, we did look at some existing trends in Washoe County. And so what you see in this bar chart here, the y-axis is the total number of households. And in orange, you have renter-occupied households. So you see that in Washoe County, most renter-occupied households have one or no vehicles available to them. And then, of course, there are some that have 2, 3, 4, and so on. But what this shows is that most of those households have a parking need that's lower than what our code currently requires and is in line with what we've proposed. And so the numbers proposed will continue to serve the community while decreasing that barrier to the development of housing. In conjunction with these parking changes, we also are proposing some changes to make our bicycle storage and bicycle rack standards more robust to support our residents who don't have access to a car or maybe don't have access to a car for every resident of that household. Right now, we have some standards, but not a lot of requirements, making sure that bike infrastructure actually serves those who use it. And so we're proposing the addition of standards related to bike rack type, placement, installation, and then some requirements for short-term bicycle storage, so like you would find a bike rack outside of a grocery store, and then long-term bicycle parking at an apartment complex or something like that, where the bike is most of the time. On to some landscaping requirements we have. So right now, we have a requirement that 50% of the total landscaped area in a multifamily project, which equates to about 10% of a project site, has to be turf or grass. And this is not in alignment with the master plan, which prioritizes water-wise landscaping. It takes a lot of land. It's not really compatible with the Northern Nevada climate. And so we're proposing to remove this requirement, which does not mean that turf can't be used as an amenity. It can be, and that will be addressed in the common open space section of our code. So talking about that, we have private and common open space standards for multifamily housing. And what we heard and what we've seen is that our private open space standards, which are for things like balconies, decks, patios, and so on, are well in excess of what is regionally the standard and nationally the standard, and it actually can create a significant cost in engineering for the additional size of, for example, balconies. So that has been a barrier to the development of housing in the county. And so we're proposing to bring those numbers in line with what is the practice regionally and nationally, and then to also have the option to forego that private open space in exchange for more common open space at a rate of 2 to 1. And then we also added standards for turf areas, which can be used as a common open space amenity to make sure that they're usable. So making sure they're of dimensions and large enough that they can be useful to people and not just be a strip of grass next to a sidewalk or something like that. Those are the amendments. We held 2 community meetings before going to Planning Commission on this. They were held on April 1st and April 3rd. The first meeting had about 5 attendees and the second 7 attendees. There were questions related to the removal of the story limit in Sun Valley, density allowances changing, changes to the balcony and patio sizes, and particularly Sun Valley community members had concerns about the removal of that 2-story height limit, and so we did provide an update to the Sun Valley CAB on May 4th of this year. And we also had a number of subsequent conversations with commenters about their questions and concerns. The Planning Commission heard this May of this year and made all 4 findings, one of which is one required to move it forward, recommended approval to you all of this set of amendments. Here's our recommended motion for a second reading on July 16th, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And it's exciting to have Phase 2 come before us on these housing changes. I know this board has been very enthusiastic about seeing how we can support more affordable housing in our community. Are there any questions to staff that folks have, or would you? Yes, Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to talk about, I'd like some questions answered about how garages for bicycles make for more affordable houses?
Yeah, Cat Oakley, Washoe County Planning. So that set, the bicycle-related amendments, like I said, are to be supportive of the reality that people in affordable housing face, which is that they might not have access to a car, they might not have access to transit, or they might be under-resourced in those areas. And so by adding those additional standards to support those residents, we're supporting overall multimodal transportation, supporting this diverse type of housing development that opens up housing opportunities both for people in deed restricted affordable housing and in housing in general in the county.
Thank you. You know, I get it if we were living in Amsterdam where everybody rides a bike, but if you look around here, and I probably ride a bike as much or more than anybody on this dais, a pedal bike, not an electric bike, I hardly ever see anybody out riding bikes. So other than what I see along the river of the homeless and, tweakers taking bikes apart and running around with extra wheels and frames and handlebars and seats laying all over the bike trail. So I'm just not getting that forcing developers to put in bike garages, for lack of a better word, is going to save enough money to or help build affordable housing. So what do you think the cost per square footage is to build a bicycle garage versus a residential property versus a traditional garage?
Cat Oakley, again, Washoe County Planning. In terms of cost estimations, I don't have that information off the top of my head.
So, I mean, that's a factor to me. Cost per square foot is a factor to anybody who's, cost per square foot is a factor to me and is a factor to anybody who's looking to develop. Or, with the housing shortage that we have and the affordable housing shortage we have, we should be looking at ways to make it easier for developers to build properties to house people versus housing their pedal vehicle. So that's just my comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the staff for bringing us affordable package number 1. I have talked to many of my constituents in District 3, and the ADUs particularly were very well received, especially for our families that are looking to house aging family members or multi-generational family members. So it's really cool to see that kind of playing out in the community, and it's been very well received. I just wanted to let you know and commend you for that. And going through the 6 different articles of code was no easy task, and so I acknowledge the hard work and efforts you all had in looking under every rock and trying to find creative solutions. And overall, I'm very, very supportive of package number 2. It's exciting to see that when I first joined the commission, it was an early meeting, I believe in January, February. We talked about making this a priority, a strategic priority, and here we are when we're entering our second phase, and that's really a rewarding part of being a county commissioner. So thank you for all your hard work. I'm supportive of everything, and maybe I'll just hold my comments if any other commissioners have questions about the parking, bike, or turf requirements. Mine is mostly centered on the Sun Valley item, so I can push pause for now and wait if anybody else has questions or comments.
Any other board member have comments or questions? I'm not seeing that they do, so I
Okay.
continue on, Commissioner Garcia.
Okay, so the series of meetings that we've had, again, thank you for coming out to our cab. We had about 35 to 40 people, and when you kind of propose these ideas or suggestions or creative solutions, it takes a lot of kind of nuanced conversation and understanding of what is being proposed. I was one of those people. I did not understand a lot of the underlying zoning of Sun Valley and the complexities and the historical context of that. So I learned a lot. Thank you for taking the time to spend with me so that I could become educated, because then I took that information and started reaching out to some of my Sun Valley Citizen Advisory Board members and other community members out there just to show them the information that was provided to me and then hear what they had to say. So Vice Chair Herman and I know these folks really well. We're both very accessible by phone and email, and so we've had a lot of conversations, and what I'll do is kind of summarize the general sentiments of the folks that we spoke with. So the the evolution of this, well, to begin, it was very, most, if not all, I think there was one person who sat behind me at the CAB meeting that wasn't in support of this initial conversation about the Sun Valley amendment to the height restrictions. And so not everybody spoke up, of course, in the meeting, but the only person I talked to that day is just the one. And so since then, had other conversations where the general consensus is concerns about lack of infrastructure, traffic congestion, folks not wanting any more multifamily, large apartment buildings coming into Sun Valley, and losing some of those scenic, the small town charm and rural feel of Sun Valley, which is all understandable. It was kind of the resounding comments that we heard across the board. And so I wasn't really sure how to proceed with this, having so much opposition to the Sun Valley Amendment. And so what we kind of, through conversation actually, and a question that was posed by one of our constituents, we kind of went a different route in terms of a possible amendment. But before I go there, can you provide the other, you said there were some other alternatives, and I just wanted to make sure that you had a chance to kind of share what the staff also was considering, and then I'll kind of finish up my comments.
Thank you. If I could have the overhead.
There you go.
Okay, so, sorry. This text, Category Washoe County Planning, this text shows one possible alternative, which would be allowing structures to go up to 4 stories in height with a discretionary approval, specifically through the special use permit process. And so these are the text changes that would need to be made to those 2 sections of code to enable that option. And here's just a quick analysis of the benefits of that route and the downside. So a benefit is obviously that it enables public participation in the process, and it enables the specific consideration of site characteristics, the design, and other aspects of the specific development proposal to determine whether or not that height is appropriate for that specific project. It also creates this flexibility that we've heard is really necessary for affordable housing developers for those additional stories that doesn't currently exist in code. Currently in code, it's just 2 and that's it. So those are the benefits of this approach. The downsides is that it would have a disproportionate impact on the redevelopment of the downtown Sun Valley corridor, which is, it states in its intent is for mixed-use development and redevelopment in that area, but the 2-story height limit there has been a real impediment to getting those types of projects to pencil out. And so it would impact that area in requiring an additional discretionary review, but it wouldn't change anything for multifamily because that already requires a discretionary review. So that's why I say there's a disproportionate impact there. And the discretionary review creates more uncertainty for applicants on whether or not their project is going to be approved, and that, of course, has financial impacts for them that may be discouraging to wanting to invest in developing housing in Sun Valley. So those are some benefits and downsides. That's alternative 1, let's call it. For alternative 2, that would be keeping the height restriction in Sun Valley, for the 2-story height restriction, outside of the downtown corridor, but getting rid of it inside the downtown corridor. And this is what the text change looks like for that. The benefits of that, of course, it helps enable the mixed-use redevelopment of the downtown Sun Valley area, which again, it's written in our code. It was the intent of kind of that modification, and we haven't really seen it play out on the ground because of this type of barrier. It creates more opportunities for diverse housing in that part of Sun Valley, and it directs development and redevelopment towards downtown Sun Valley, which would help preserve those valued vistas from the residential parcels on either side of Sun Valley Boulevard. Some downsides: it does maintain that barrier to diverse types of housing in most of Sun Valley in terms of land area. And we're not just talking about apartments, right? That can be something like a 3-story townhouse. That would also not be allowed in most of Sun Valley taking this route. And then it maintains complexity in the development code, which we're kind of trying to streamline as we go along here. And then limits affordable housing opportunities for development. I do just want to show for context that might be helpful to the board. Here is an analysis of the actual land area in Sun Valley of different zoning districts and different height restrictions. I know it's not the prettiest table there, but what it says is that 92.7% of Sun Valley has a maximum height of 35 feet. And that's most of our zones. MDS, HDS, the kind of traditional residential development you see in the county, the maximum height is 35 feet, or it's unbuildable, which is to say it's open space. 3.55% of Sun Valley is that privately developable land with a maximum height over 35 feet. So those are the rest of the zones, excluding parks and recreation and public and semi-public facilities. So this just provides some context for Sun Valley and shows that with this two-story height limit, most of the land that's impacted has that 35-foot height limit, and so it also is an impediment to different types of attached housing and that sort of thing that isn't multifamily in those areas. So that's some context, and then here is a map of the downtown corridor that might be helpful. So those are the alternatives that we prepared in case you wanted to consider them.
And I look to you, Commissioner Garcia. You also had a proposal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was actually scenario number 2, but it's been this kind of ongoing conversation. I know we have some public comment. So I would love to hear from any constituents who did come. If you've had a change of heart since the last time we talked, I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with what was discussed earlier today.
Great. Madam Clerk.
Pat Davison.
Hello, Chair Hill, members of the commission. My name is Pat Davison. Thanks for this opportunity to comment on the development code changes proposed by staff. I did provide written comment to the Planning Commission and hope you had a chance to read my thoughts in May. I do support this package of various recommendations to reduce the regulatory barriers related to multifamily residential housing. It might help today to give you some brief words about my suggested Sun Valley compromise. This is what I brought up in May. I heard the comments from Sun Valley residents at the Planning Department's public meeting in April. As best as I can tell, residents want to keep the 2-story height limit in place to preserve community character. They would be okay with the 2-story apartment building if the zoning multifamily allowed for that, but those residents don't want to see a 3-story apartment building even if the zoning multifamily allowed for that. That's the issue as I see it. There are several reasons why the 2-story height limit should be removed for multifamily residential purposes. 3 stories can provide a more efficient use of land, reduce construction costs, and diversify the housing types. If a 3-story apartment building is allowed with this code change, then an affordable housing developer might be more inclined to want to do a project in Sun Valley. If the code change gets us more affordable housing for seniors or veterans, as an example, then we should keep that tool in the toolbox and not prohibit 3 stories outright. My compromise allows a 3-story apartment building in Sun Valley as an incentive for affordable housing purposes, but retains the 2-story limit for all other structures. However, as staff has pointed out, revitalization of the downtown corridor warrants a code change removing the height limit as well. Coincidentally, the Reno Gazette-Journal just ran an opinion piece on Sunday written by a small local apartment complex owner. It's here on the reverse of my letter. The focus was on rent control, but I think it gives you a good sense of where the small developer is coming from and how all kinds of hurdles can stop or slow down a project. So plenty for you to think about. Just to recap, I do support staff's recommendations, include removing the Sun Valley 2-story height limit, because my goal from day one has been to increase the overall supply of affordable housing for current and future residents wherever they live in unincorporated Washoe County. Please be aware that both Chris and Kat in the Community Services Department have been very prompt and courteous in answering all my many questions about these changes. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Davison, and thank you for your activism on this housing piece. Commissioner Garcia.
No other public comment?
Right.
no more.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate, these are the kinds of solutions and creative ideas that I've been hearing for the last few days, and Vice Chair Herman as well. But in the conversations, I think the general sentiment is that our constituents are not comfortable with removing the two-story height limit in the residential areas of Sun Valley, which is 90-something%, which is medium-density suburban. Most of it is medium-density suburban, and they're not interested in making any changes like that. However, they are amenable to the idea that the downtown corridor is an area that could use some lifting of restrictions to see if we can bring some potential investment or development that would be great for the community members to have more access to amenities and services. We are very fortunate in Sun Valley to have a very robust fixed route transit system. We have grocery stores, we have little shops, small businesses. It's very easy for seniors to get around. We have our senior center. It's a great community. And folks that have come forward to us have said that the community wouldn't be opposed to seeing the height restriction removed from that corridor, and there's a specific name to the region, and I'll pull it up while you're talking. But that's pretty much the consensus. I don't know if Vice Chair Herman wants to weigh in on this.
Yes, Vice Chair Herman. She's done her homework. Good. Okay, Commissioner Andriola.
I have a question. In terms of the 35 feet, which is currently, we're using two-story, three-story, we're using these terms, but I'm wondering if the 35 feet, there's no definition of a story in terms of an equation of feet, so the maximum is 35. And then there's another provision that you explained that has an ability for over 35. And I'm just wondering what the definition is of this feet, because we're just using one-story and two-story or three-story, so.
Sure. Cat Oakley, Washoe County Planning. So in general, in the development code, each regulatory zone has that maximum height, and it's measured in feet, not stories.
Okay.
Having the stories measurement is an area-specific thing. And so the feet measurement, we have a definition of height in 902, which is somewhere in that very long ordinance. And basically what it says is if you've got a sloped roof, that height is measured to the middle of that sloped roof. So that's how we measure height in feet. In stories, we also have a definition of stories. And so if in cases like in Sun Valley where a two-story height limit applies in addition to the 35-foot height limit, we'll make sure it's under 35 feet, and we will also check to make sure, per the definition of stories, there are only 2 stories in that building. So right now in Sun Valley, it's a 2-pronged review, and both height limits have to be met for us to approve a building.
Okay, I just thought it would be helpful to have that clarification. Thank you.
And Ms. Oakley, I'm curious on the Chocolate Drive project that went before this board that was 3 stories, correct?
It was per the definition of story, 2 stories, and Chris could provide more detail on that if you want.
Okay, I seem to remember that it was 3 stories when it came before the board, but I was just curious. And I want to support Commissioner Garcia and Vice Chair Herman on what's best for their district. And I just want to make sure that we're not prohibiting that. That's a project that I know that there's been some heartache about it, but it will provide for really needed housing in that area. And I'm just making sure that we're not doing anything today that would prohibit that project from moving forward today.
You are not.
Okay. Thank you. And Commissioner Clark, do you have anything else?
I just, again, I'm looking at affordable housing. I think we all understand the need for that. I'm glad we're talking about the height restrictions. I was thinking when we heard about 4-story buildings, I was interested if they're going to have elevators, if they were going to be that high, if it's affordable housing, if it's for seniors, walking up and down with bags of groceries or just walking up and down with yourself, some might be a burden. So my questions were going to be about that, but it sounds like we're not going to go to those heights. So, and I want to certainly defer to the commissioner whose area this is in, Commissioner Garcia. So if she thinks it's a good idea, then I'm going to support her. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comment before we move forward with a potential motion? Commissioner Andriola?
Well, I feel compelled to thank staff for everything because Spanish Springs is in here, and I'd like to thank Ms. Mullen, Kelly Mullen, for taking the time to go over some in-depth, and it really, from a Spanish Springs standpoint, just to clarify, it's really just bringing everything into code and compliance, and I'll defer to Commissioner Garcia and Vice Chair Herman as well, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that Spanish Springs is really just coming into, not that the rest isn't, also a compliance change, but I just wanted to not lose Spanish Springs. Thanks.
Yes, and I'm always the one that's like, do we need parking? But I think that staff, and can we go further? Can we do more? But I think staff found a really nice balance, working with the communities where these things will be changed. And I know that the Tahoe amendments will be coming forward, and they're all interesting area plan flavor, and so that will be its own thing as well. But I agree with you, Commissioner Andriola. I think that the work is very commendable and exactly what this board asked you to do. I'm looking, Commissioner Garcia, I hate to put you on the spot, but would you like to try to make?
I have it. I just wanted to know what the bill number is.
1917.
Thank you.
1917. Thank you so much. I move to introduce and conduct the first reading of Bill Number 1970, which is an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Development Code, by modifying Divisions 2, 4, and 9 in order to update regulations related to the Spanish Spring area modifiers, Sun Valley area modifiers, parking and loading requirements, landscaping, and open space standards, with a modification to only remove the 2-story height limit in the downtown Sun Valley area, the boundaries of which are identified within map 110.218.45.1 of the Development Code, and all matters necessarily connected to therewith and pertaining thereto. Further move to schedule a public hearing for a second reading and possible adoption of an ordinance for July 16th, 2024.
Thank you. And great job, team, and looking forward to the second reading and the next phase here. We will now move to item 27. Madam Clerk.
This will be Bill Number 1918, an ordinance pursuant to Nevada Revised Statutes 278.0201 through 278.0207, approving a development agreement between Washoe County and LC Highland LLC for Highland Village, a residential subdivision, tentative subdivision map, case number TM 20-004. The purpose of the development agreement is to extend the deadline for recording the first final map from November 16, 2024 to November 16, 2026, and to adopt amendment conditions of approval, WAC 24-0004. The project is located north of Highland Ranch Parkway and north of Midnight Drive in Sun Valley. The project encompasses a total of approximately 54.6 acres, and the total number of residential lots allowed by the approved tentative map is 215. The parcels are located within the Sun Valley Planning Area in Washoe County Commission District Number 5. APN numbers 508-02041 and 508-02043.
Thank you very much, and I'm looking to the board to see if folks want to have a staff presentation on this item. It's looking like everyone is feeling comfortable. Then I will have a public comment called. Madam Clerk, thank you.
Ken Crater.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Ken Crater, representing the owner and applicant on this project. I'll be brief. I know it's a long meeting today. But in light of the zoning code changes that just occurred, I just wanted to let you know that we bought this property just 3 years ago in a 2.5–3% interest rate market. We had the property in contract. We're literally 2 weeks away from closing with the national builder to develop the entire site. Interest rates went up as we worked with staff on a signal contribution agreement to signalize Midnight Drive and Highland Ranch Parkway, which is going to be a great thing for the community in terms of pedestrian accessibility. But it's a much different now market at 7% interest rates. So we've scaled things back. We've reduced the number of units 215 to 194. We just submitted our first final map for the 194 units last week. Again, now we're doing 3 phases instead of 1. But we widened out the lots, we changed the depth, we eliminated half the rockery walls on the site, we're able to eliminate all the side yard retaining walls, and with the wider lots now, there's going to be a potential for a much greater mix of 1-story units, and 1 story is important too for seniors or young families that don't want to hike up the stairs. And developers right now are seeing that and now that it's not the heyday, I really need to be careful with my mix to make sure I respond to the needs for the community. So we've worked really hard to do some fine tuning to bring this in line with the needs of the community. But with these changes, we're eliminating close to $2 million in site improvement costs, which will allow us to better maintain the affordability of this project for first-time home buyers. So appreciate your support today, and here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I'm looking to the board on any additional discussion. I'm not seeing any. So I am looking for someone to introduce the bill, and it's 1918, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll move to introduce Bill 1918 and set the public hearing and second reading of the ordinance for possible adoption during the meeting of July 16th, 2024.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 28. Back to you, Madam Clerk.
This will be Bill number 1919, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 20, Revenue and Taxation by amending various sections to change bidding increments from $300 to $500 for base bids in excess of $5,001 for sales of tax delinquent properties, require the completed winning bidder form be submitted along with payment, change the contribution to the county general fund from 10% of the next $2,000 of the excess $2,000 of the excess proceeds to 10% of the next $10,000. Change the time period in which a claimant may make a claim for excess proceeds from the 2 years to 1 year. Update a statutory citation and amend sections to gender-neutral language and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm looking to the board to see if folks need a presentation on this. It's not looking like it.
I have a comment. but
Yes,
I-
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to this, except for reducing the time period from 2 years to 1 year. I've had personal experiences with people who have lost their properties. The homeowners associations didn't even know about it. And I just think we need a 2-year time for folks to come forward and make their claim if there's excess proceeds. So I'm uncomfortable with reducing the time from 2 years to 1 year. Very uncomfortable.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. And perhaps staff could address the reason for that change.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill. Linda Jacobs, Treasurer's Office. So the reason for that change is NRS changed from 2 years to 1 year. So we're updating the code to be more in line with NRS.
Fair enough. I'm still unhappy with the time, whether it's the state doing it or whoever's doing it. I understand that there's circumstances where folks, lose their property and they don't know about it. They're out of the country or whatever. And I can remember a specific instance from the treasurer's office when somebody actually died in their property and we sold their property. So when you bought the house, you got the skeleton with it. So, that has happened. and lots of folks don't know that, but, there could have been a situation where relatives or family members or somebody else could have come forward at that point in time. So I'm uncomfortable with the time, but if it's a state law, it's a state law. What can you do other than not like it? So that's where I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments or questions on this item? I'm not seeing any. And public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is none.
Okay, then I am looking for an introduction of, and first reading of 1919, ordinance number 1919.
Madam Chair, I move to introduce and conduct a first reading of ordinance 1919 and set the public hearing for a second reading and possible adoption of the ordinance on July 16th, 2024.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 29. Eric, Manager Brown, it's yours.
Item 29 is an initiation of a proposed ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 45, Public Welfare, to set the matter for an introduction and first reading of the ordinance on June 25th, 2024, and if supported, set a public hearing for second reading and possible retroactive adoption of the ordinance on July 16th, 2024. The Nevada Division of Welfare and Supportive Services will be taking over all child care licensing activities for Washoe County effective July 1st, 2024. If passed, the proposed ordinance will, number one, reflect the change in Washoe County Code. Number two, allow for consistent statewide enforcement of NRS and NAC 432A. And thirdly, streamline federal reporting requirements for child care licensing activities and funding.
Thank you very much. Do board members want to hear any more information on this? Yes, okay. Vice Chair Herman, do we have any staff that can give just a quick overview?
I don't see any, Madam Chair, in the chambers.
Okay. Yes, DA Kinderas.
There we go. Basically, what this does is, way back when I first started, the sheriff used to do the child care licensing. And there was a mechanism for hearings, et cetera. Then that went over to HSA, and they did it. And there's standards for who can, have a license, how many people. So now what's happened is the state is going to take that function, and they're going to do it. Their statement is that it's going to be more uniform throughout the state. But like I said, there's standards for who gets a license, what qualifications are required, and ability to appeal denials and that sort of thing. So all basically is happening is what we do now, the state's going to do it. And so I guess that's probably the best summary I can give.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yes, and hopefully it does help get more child care facilities online. That's, I think, the policy goal in the end for that. Vice Chair Herman, any other questions? Okay. I am looking for someone to initiate the ordinance, please.
I'll move to initiate a new ordinance amending WCC Chapter 45 and direct the Washoe County Clerk to request the District Attorney's Office to draft the proposed ordinance. The introduction and first reading of the ordinance shall be set for June 25th, 2024, and if supported, a public hearing for a second reading and possible adoption of the ordinance shall be set on July 16th, 2024.
Thank you. I'm looking for a second. Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. And then, Madam Clerk, are we down on our electronic voting?
Let's see if it'll work.
Okay, well, let's see if that works. If not, we'll do roll call. Oh, it looks like it popped up. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And Madam Clerk?
It was 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are now moving into the public hearing part of our meeting. We will move into item 30. Madam Clerk?
Let's see. This will be ordinance number 1724, if approved, and ordinance amending ordinance number 1000 in order to change the boundaries of District 24, groundwater remediation, and providing other matters relating thereto. It was formerly Bill number 1914.
What was the ordinance number again, Madam Clerk?
1724.
1724. Do folks want to see a presentation by staff on this second reading? We just discussed this a few meetings ago. I'm not seeing that anyone does. Okay. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There's none.
Okay, then if there's no need for a presentation and folks don't have any other additional discussion, I am looking for a motion.
Move to, how do I say this? Introduce, adopt.
Ordinance number
1724?
Yes.
As outlined in the staff report.
Okay, looking for a
Sorry,
second.
it's getting late.
It's okay. Looking for a second? Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any questions on the motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that carried unanimously.
It was unanimous 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we will now move on to our second public hearing, item number 31, Madam Clerk.
I think this one's
Oh,
mine, Madam
Eric,
Chair. I
excuse
know.
me, Manager Brown.
Item 31 is a public hearing and possible action to consider a report of each property delinquent on its utility charges and the amount of each property's delinquency, along with any objections to the report, and after considering the report and any objections to it, determine whether to adopt the report and correspondingly adopt Resolution 24-038 to collect certain delinquent utility charges on the tax roll. All assessors' parcel numbers of affected properties are listed in Resolution 24-038, accessible as a linked attachment on the agenda on the County Commission's webpage. Total delinquent amount of $202,441.80.
Does the board want to see any presentation on this item? Okay, I'm seeing none. Anyone have questions? Seeing none, so I am looking for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt the report and Resolution 24-038 as outlined in the staff report.
Okay, looking for a second? Thank you. And Madam Clerk, I didn't see any, but just public comment on that item?
There's none.
Okay. With a motion and a second, no public comment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay.
That was 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we need to go back to item 30.
Okay.
It has 2 ordinances attached to it, and
Thank
we only
you.
read the first one.
Okay.
So I will assign bill number 1725 to the second part of this agenda item.
Thank you.
An ordinance imposing a fee on the parcels of land in Washoe County, Nevada, District 24 groundwater remediation to pay the cost of developing and carrying out a plan for remediation and prescribing other matters related thereto, formerly bill number 1915.
Okay, so I am, unless there's any questions on that, I am looking for a motion on ordinance number 1725.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions from the board on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that passes unanimously as well.
That was unanimous 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk, keeping us on track. We're now moving on to item 32. Mr. Manager.
Item 32 is a public hearing to approve an outdoor festival business license pursuant to Washoe County Code, Chapter 25, and related provisions and associated license conditions for an application submitted by Red, White, and Tahoe Blue 2 to hold a fireworks show on July 4th, 2024 at the Incline Village, APN 127-280-01, on a barge, in Lake Tahoe off the beach area. This permit is for spectator viewing of the show only. Set up the traffic control will begin at 5 a.m. on July 4th, 2024, and the fireworks event will occur from 8:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. Event takedown and cleanup will begin immediately following the fireworks show. A community cleanup day is scheduled for July 5th. Event organizers estimate 6,000 spectators. If approved, authorize the Director of Planning and Building Division, Community Services Department to issue the license when all pre-event conditions have been met.
Thank you very much. Would the board like a presentation on this item? I'm not seeing that anyone would, but I commend the community and staff for coming together and helping make this happen. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There is. John Eppolito?
Try it again.
It is on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is John Eppolito. I guess really the only reason I came here is because it's the last item on the agenda, and I'm not claiming you guys are as slippery as Washoe County School District, but anytime something is the last item on the agenda at Washoe County School District, we all know why, because they want us all to leave before they get to it. So hopefully you will approve item 32 on your agenda. Thank you very much.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay, thank you. I am looking for a motion on this item. Commissioner Andriola?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, looking for a second. Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that passes.
That was a unanimous 5-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We are at the end of our public hearings. We're now going to move into our final public comment, item number 33. Mr. Manager.
Item 33, public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Jeffrey Nell, followed by Sandy Tibbet.
Well, finally. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, good afternoon. What a day, huh? Finally to the end. In 1959, Nikita Khrushchev, standing at the podium, took off a shoe and hit it down. Basically said he can take over America without firing a shot. Communism. That's right, communism. And we've been infiltrated right here in Washoe County of the communistic ideology. And it's sad. Destruction of America. Ms. Alexis, before you were out when I spoke the first time in public comment. The Communist Goal, by a book written called The Naked Communist by Cleon Skozin in 1959 was printed. And it said, the communist goals to present homosexuality, degeneracy, and promiscuity as natural and healthy. Use technical decisions of the courts. Take prayer out of school and so on. We're seeing that today, especially right here in Washoe County. I come here, I'm a street preacher also. And it's upsetting to see children being indoctrinated all the way through college and to believe a total lie. Let me just say, it's not bigotry, it's not phobic, it's not ananistic. This is truth. We've intentionally been taken over, and the communism has infiltrated the county commissioners. I'm not saying who, but it's there. I'm going to encourage you to wake up. You're going to face God on Judgment Day. It's in Revelation chapter 19 and 20. But the word of God is becoming true. We're seeing it, the mark of the beast, all the way down to lawlessness shall abound. People's hearts will wax cold, they'll grow cold. And we're seeing it. So I encourage you that believe in and trust in the Lord Jesus Christ who give you that way, the truth, and the life. Because where you're going down. And in closing, I got a superintendent to quit. And I got a board school board member to quit because she's a lesbian. Because her lovers in the church was recruiting women, lesbian, in the school.
Point of order.
God managed it.
Point of
Don't.
DA Canderas, yes?
It's called facts. You hang in there, but believe in and trust in the Lord Jesus Christ will set you free from the
DA
lies and
Canderas.
deception of communism. Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to caution people about hate speech, which is not protected by the First Amendment, which is defaming a race or class of people. We've given you a lot of latitude today about your talking about homosexuality, but I think you're bordering on hate speech.
Thank you, DA Canderas.
Next
Madam
up, we
Clerk.
have Sandy Tibbet.
Unbelievable.
So I had to come back because I had to address Commissioner Garcia's comments about a hate group. But you didn't censor her. Because that's sowing division in our community when she calls us out as a hate group. Because we don't hate anybody. We're a group of community members that don't want men dressed as women reading to our children in our public-funded libraries. That goes away. The talk about drag queen story hour goes away. It's gone. You ever heard of Reno Punk Rock Flea Market? They had a drag story hour on Heimer Avenue just a few weeks ago. None of us were there protesting it because none of us cared. To each his own. But when you come into the public library pushing an agenda with a man dressed as a woman, reading to children, that's where you draw the line. We community members do not want our tax money funding men dressed as women reading to children. It's that simple. None of us hate each other. You can do what you want behind closed doors in the privacy of wherever or in an establishment that welcomes it, right? That's all we want. We also would like a library board of trustees who can stand up for the business that they're supposed to be doing while they're in their meetings. Herb Kaplan has that board brainwashed into thinking they have no purview over the programming in our libraries.
Attacks.
It's not a personal attack. I have it in writing. He said it during meetings. Mary, give me a break. That's what Herb Kaplan has done. What's the trustees for on the library if they don't oversee the programming? Do you have an answer? They need some guidance then. That's what they're there for. We're not a hate group. We even love you, Mayor Luce.
Please address the full board.
There's nobody else signed in, but there is an email to be placed on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move on to item 34. Mr. Manager.
Item 34, Commissioners, County Managers, Announcements, Reports, and Updates, to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Do you have anything for us, Manager Brown?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay. I'll start on this side. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a few items. First of all, I'm glad we approved the fireworks show up at the lake on 4th of July. However, if I'm missing that day, do not look there. I will not be in that crowd. Very crowded up there. But enjoy the show, those of you who go, and I'm sure all the tourists will appreciate the show. It's always a great show, but talk about a crowd. It's a busy place. So good for you. Enjoy a good time up there. I want to bring up what I brought up earlier quickly. I'd like to find out what the cost of the ballots were that were mailed out and were returned. I'd like to find out what the cost of sample ballots were for approximately 25,000 sample ballots to be mailed out, approximately 25,000 ballots for the primary election. I want to see what that cost, the sample ballots. Katie Nepper, and I'm sure I'm pronouncing her name incorrectly, talked about meetings with Safe Embrace. We approved a commercial venture, a business in a residential neighborhood. One of the conditions that the applicants had was they were going to reach out on a regular basis and address the concerns of the community members, the neighbors, and even after, as she mentioned earlier on the record, after me talking to their attorney, they still haven't reached out and had any community meetings. The folks have a situation that they're not happy with, but they've got to live with it. They at least have the courtesy of airing any complaints or issues or comments that they might have with the organizers of that nonprofit. So I wish those folks at the nonprofit would honor their commitment to speak with the neighbors, and it hasn't happened. We got Roger Edwards here. I've been hearing about this for, a year and a half now. The recharge water, which we don't do and haven't done for 8 years. The man continues to get bills. How can the county discontinue the practice of sending bills for something that we don't do anymore? And we've agreed that we were going to stop that, but yet the machine keeps grinding on and sending him late notices. He finds it offensive, and I think it's a waste of money to send bills to people that we have no intention of collecting from. So maybe that's a little bit of a cost savings that we might want to explore and figure out how we can get rid of those. I don't know, I think there was about 300 or 400 members in that particular area that we send bills to on a regular basis, if that's the case. And Joni Hammond brought up something. She works at the polls. She said she ran into numerous situations where people were talking about family members were, and bring it to her attention, dead people in their family that were continuing to get ballots. So, that's an issue. How do we get that addressed? Jake Maynard and Lily Barron brought up the CAC building. I talked to the assessor about that. We back up a little bit. A few of us got an opportunity to go to Miami to look at the Miami model. One of the things that they've got at the Miami model is they reconditioned a former building that was used for some other process in the homeless world and reconditioned it, retrofitted it, turned it in kind of a welcoming center where they bring people in that need help. And I think that's and help. And there's housing there, there's medical there, there's a courtroom in the building. There's all kinds of goods and services for folks that need that help. I think this county needs that same type of a facility. It might be odd for some people to hear me say I'm supporting that, but I would support the county taking that over, asking the city of Reno if we could take that building over, talking to the assessor. The lot alone is worth about $16 million. The building, the improvements, cost about $30 million, so now we're up to $46 million. Several months ago, it was less than 2 months ago, it was $2 to $3 million to rehab it and get rid of the deferred maintenance that happened there. Now we hear it's up to $10 million, but I think it's still a bargain if the county could figure out a way to lease that from the city, rehab that, and use that facility for what it was intended for, and rather than let pigeons live in it and water drip in it and cause nothing but problems. Apparently, without calling out anybody, but the city of Reno didn't manage it properly. When there were plumbing leaks, when there were things that needed to be addressed, their insurance policies covered it. Nobody even bothered to put in a claim. So now it needs some rehab, but I think it's probably a lot better building for us to consider adopting than the tent that we use at the circus camp. So this is a brick and mortar building, and I think there's an opportunity to really do if we're going to look at the Miami model seems to be doing a pretty good job. They've taken, over the last number of years, a larger number of homeless people than we've had and reduced it down quite a bit. I think they're onto something, and I think if we emulate that and copy that and use some of those ideas, this building is already built, and I think it's something that we should look into. And so I'm just throwing that out. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Andriola?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple items. I am wondering if we are going to be getting an update on the ordinance. Just wanted to throw that out. I think we're all looking forward to hearing that. The second thing I wanted to share is the ordinance for the homeless ordinance that the sheriff introduced.
Oh,
Sorry, I apologize.
Yes. We got a lot of
Can you not
ordinances
read
around
minds?
here.
I just realized that we've been using ordinance for the last 2 hours, so which one? I apologize.
No worries.
Got it. Let me be clear. I'm specifically referring to the ordinance that was passed by the commission that dealt with camping and was introduced by the sheriff's office.
Yes, okay.
The other item that I wanted to introduce in terms of just sharing, which is really, I think, a testament to really looking at a collaborative approach. On June 13th, Spanish Springs CAB had NDOT, who was scheduled to be there, and I've been working with them in terms of the possible solution for the panels that NDOT has clearly shared that a mistake was made on their part, and I commend them for owning the fact that a mistake was made. But the solution and them being so gracious and including me in the process in terms of looking at how we can possibly not only have something that is really viable, but engage the community in the process. So they did a great job. If you go to the NDOT's website, there's a section for pyramid, and you can essentially prioritize. I believe there are 8 different suggestions, and what they are is they're essentially appliques, decorative appliques that will be placed in specific locations for the panels that did have mistakes. There's no issue on functionality in terms of it being a sound panel, by the way. So it's really, I think, a testament to the group, the landscaping department with NDOT, who I think created a great solution. I think it was definitely making lemonade out of lemons. It looks great. I'd encourage everyone to look at it. The idea is to engage the community, to prioritize the most favorable to the least favorable, and then look at taking those suggestions from the community and then even replicating them all throughout the entire wall for the whole length of it. So I think if you do have an opportunity, I'm encouraging you to look at it. You can submit your comments along with prioritizing what you like best until June 30th. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't want today to end without giving my thanks and gratitude to the folks in the Registrar of Voters Office, all of our poll workers, volunteers, those who worked 12-plus hour days. I wasn't there working those hours. Some of you were, and I just wanted to thank you. And I know it's a really tenuous job, and it's difficult to hear so many criticisms and day in and day out. And I just want you to know that you did a great job, and there's always ways to improve, but your hard work should never be questioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Herman? Okay. Well, I wish everyone a happy Juneteenth tomorrow, and let's see, and look forward to seeing the full board on Friday. Thank you. Have a good evening. Thanks for a great meeting.